operating budget to allocate funding to the criminal court clerk's office to fully fund the technology costs for 3 technology systems, research, court analytics, and CSI IntelliDact redaction for the combined amount of $132,370 from the general fund. Sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs, this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules.
Thank you so much. This item has been moved by Vice Chair Bradford and seconded by Commissioner Sugarman. I see Clerk Kuhn. Good morning to you. Please give us your name and you'll have the floor.
Good morning, Heidi Kuhn, Criminal Court Clerk, and this is my Director of Finance, Mr. Brian Harder. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you today. This resolution is probably familiar to you because we have been before you before. The first time it was given consideration, the second time you all provided us with half of the amount, and then the third time it was actually cut from the budget. But I wanted to come to you today because I have to reiterate how important it is for us to have the advancements in technology within our office. There are 3 programs that we are looking at. One is called Research, and this would allow attorneys, the DAs, the PDs to look up information and are in our case management system. The second one is called Court Analytics. Court Analytics is actually a data dashboard that provides information that's public-facing. This is also something that the comptroller had recommended that we do. So we want to make sure that we have a lot of transparency for what goes on in the courtroom, from indictment all the way to disposal. The last one is a redaction program, which is an AI program that helps redact personal information from documents. And so we want to make sure that we are utilizing the best technology that we can for the advancement in our office to become more efficient and more effective. And so I am before you today requesting for full funding for each one of those programs for $132,370.
Thank you, Clerk Kuhn. I have one commissioner so far in the queue, Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is, why was this this item does not meet requirements of permanent rules? Is because of financial considerations by the finance department? And if so, are they here to speak on this?
Commissioner, are you making a motion or are you just simply asking
I'm asking
for...
a question, point of information. Yeah. I would like to hear from the finance department. And then a question for the clerk. Okay, as you know, we have cut the budget. Okay, when we tried to increase the property taxes, I don't recall you speaking in favor of increasing the property taxes because the money's got to come somewhere. And it's interesting, now we're hearing from the DA, clerks, et cetera. And it's not that I'm not empathetic, but again, at the same time, when we have these decisions to make, whether to increase taxes or to cut budget, I don't recall you coming down, but maybe I was wrong, to increase property taxes so we could take care of things like this.
I actually did come down and talk with you all, not to increase property taxes, but to make sure that, and we're splitting this cost, by the way.
I understand, that was not the question.
General sessions.
The question was, were you in support of increasing the property taxes? Because the money's got to come from somewhere. I understand the needs, but the money has to come from somewhere. So again, if you have an ask, like you did, we weren't able to provide you with that ask because, again, you do not support some of the commissioner's efforts. I was one of them trying to increase property taxes. And so my question was, did you speak in favor or no, it's a yes or no question, of increasing property taxes when we tried to do that back during budget season? Yes or no?
To answer your question, Commissioner, I was not in favor of a property tax increase.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. If I didn't hear the answer, if it was stated, but the reason it doesn't meet the permanent rules, I see you did the legal review on it personally, is what it says.
No, it's actually, it did go through finance and it did go through legal, and I'm assuming that finance decided that it did not go through the proper procedures because of funding issues. I think to answer Commissioner Sugarman's question.
Okay, because it says reviewed by you, which caught my eye. So these funds would come from fund balance?
Correct.
Okay, and what about your DP funds? Are there any of those left? Have they all been exhausted?
I'm going to let my Director of Finance speak to the DP funds because I know that was recommended previously.
Okay, Brian Harder, Director of Finance, Criminal Court Clerk. We did an analysis of our DP funds. Our current fund balance is $240,914. Annually, we collect about $17,520 in DP fees, so it's really not sustainable to use the DP funds for this project. We would completely deplete the fund within 4 years.
Is this a one-time expense or an annual expense, the 132?
The 132 is for all three programs, and they include some one-time startup costs for redaction and analytics. Year 2, the total cost would be $77,874. Year 3, $81,080, and year 4, $84,447. And there is also a fifth year to these programs, which would be $88,201.
And they would come out of fund balance every year?
Yes.
Okay. So the full total amount, do you have that off the top of your head without me doing I didn't get all the numbers.
Oh, wow. Let's see. Close to 500,000.
Okay, and that's
Over
why
five-
your
over 5
DP
years.
funds can't be used? Because
Yes.
it's only half of the amount. So the actual full amount we're looking at is over $500,000.
Right.
Okay, that makes it a little
Over
more.
5 years.
Yeah, a little more interesting when it's fund balance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Vice Chair Bradford.
As this item doesn't meet our permanent rules, I think we need to make a motion to suspend the rules for this item, so I will make said motion.
I have a motion from Vice Chair Bradford. Is there a second? I will second that motion for purposes of discussion. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Vice Chair?
That was all I had at this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. Anything further, Clerk Kuhn?
I would just like to say, if at all a possibility, if you do not fund us for the entire 132,000, we did originally, when you cut our budget in half for the 72,000, we were able to find a way through the assistance of some of our other general funds as well as DP. We could provide some of these technology advancements with half of the amount, but we wouldn't be able to do the redaction. We could probably do the 2 out of the 3. And also the other reason, I know that General Sessions is utilizing DP funds. Please remember that they have more volume, more cases, and they also collect more money because our defendants are in jail. Theirs are not. And so they actually have more DP funds than criminal court. So just to make that clear, even though we're splitting it, they're able to provide it with their DP funds, but we would need assistance from the general fund.
Commissioner Mills, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. Could you repeat again what you could do if we didn't do the full 132?
If you don't do the whole 132 and gave us half of the amount, we could do 2 out of the 3, which would be the court analytics, which is the transparency or the data dashboard, and the research. We would not be able to do the redaction program, but we could utilize other general funds that we have as well as throw in some of our DP funds to get that accomplished.
Thank you.
Are you good, Commissioner Mills? All right, I have no one else in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. I believe all commissioners present have voted. Can we report the tally?
We have a no vote from Commissioner Sugarman, Commissioners Mills, Wright, and Bradford. I'm sorry, Commissioners Mills, Wright, Brooks, and Bradford have abstained. We have 1 no and 4 abstain.
Yes, thank you. Okay, this concludes law enforcement. Oh, is there number 2?
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Okay,
I was just choked up there for a
Oh,
minute.
okay.
So this will go down with an unfavorable recommendation. I'll let you take over now. We do have an add-on, if you would.
are you okay? Okay, 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 thank you. And we do have an add-on, so please read the add-on into the record. Please read that on to the record.
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is an add-on item. Item 2 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioner, I think we might want to add an S to that, in support of community stakeholders removing the new Chicago, North Memphis community from consideration as a site for the relocation or rebuild of the Walter L. Bailey Criminal Justice Center, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. This item has been moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Brooks. Seeing that Commissioner Brooks is sponsor, would you like to speak on this, or do we have a speaker?
I'll speak.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This item it's an add-on, and I'm not sure, do we need to, well, the parliamentarian left the room. All this item does is what it says. It removes from consideration New Chicago community from consideration as the site for the rebuild or the relocation of the Walter Bailey Criminal Justice Center. There's been some confusion in terms of what the county commission did and who was doing what. And quite frankly, I'll just be real candid and say I did not like some of the comments that I heard in reference to games being played, because I don't play games. So I wanted to make it perfectly clear my position regarding the New Chicago location. I am in support of the residents. I have heard them. I've been to the meeting. I have heard their opposition to having a penal colony, if you will, in their community. And I support that. And I think the fact that I also sponsored back last year a culturally competent community engagement resolution that briefly states that you need to involve citizens whenever you're redeveloping or whatever you're doing, a remake or changing their community. So I have heard the opposition of the community, and I support that opposition. That's why I brought this forward, and I would ask for your vote.
Yes, ma'am. And just, will you please make a motion?
Thank you, Commissioner. And we do have a couple of appearance cards. I'd like to call for it first.
Do I need to do it now?
Okay.
Okay.
We need a motion to suspend the rules because it didn't complete.
Oh, okay, make a motion to suspend the rules to bring this before us
Second. Second.
without objection? Okay, thank
We need
you.
one more.
Okay, Dr. Carnita Atwater, would you come forward and state your name and address for the record? Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Dr. Carnita Atwater. I am 1098 Firestone, Memphis, Tennessee, 38107. I am the Executive Director of the New Chicago CDC, and I have been coming to all the meetings since you all tried to put a new jail in New Chicago. And I find it very methodical when I read that 177-page needs assessment. There were no stakeholders in that needs assessment that was Black, Democrat, or a Black commissioner, and that's concerning to me. None of the people that was on that stakeholder list live in New Chicago nor North Memphis, But I did find it to be very appealing and appalling that you would have a stakeholder in your needs assessment, but no black commissioners listed. With that said, we believe that the New Chicago CDC has intentionally been disenfranchised, ignored, and denied accessibility to city and county funds, tax lien properties, and land procurement by the city and county compared to other CDCs, especially the white-ran CDCs, except for a few. And I will place on record that Commissioner Henry Brooks was the only commissioner that spoke out about putting this new jail in New Chicago, and I appreciate that. We're not going to play no games. You was methodical when you roll up into New Chicago. We're going to be methodical when we get you out of there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrea Bell. Please state your name and address for the record. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Bell. My address is 5445 Bridge Mill Lane. I am here because, of course, I am not a resident of New Chicago. However, I am in support of their plight to not have a jail in their backyard. No one in Memphis should have a jail in their backyard, period. It doesn't make sense. Now, I'm here to discuss the funds that were allotted in 2018 to renovate the current jail that we have. We're having fights. We have different commissioners on this committee who do not want the jail in their area. That's what it is. We need to consider, and I know there's other things that we have going on behind the scenes of not considering keeping the jail where it is, okay? But if we keep the jail where it is, renovated, we, the people of Memphis, we will not have to protest about having a jail anywhere in our community. Just think about it. A lot of people say the economic benefits of moving a jail, restaurants. Look at the jail that we have now. Tell me, downtown, has it really just made downtown a better place? No. We have homelessness. We still have vacant lots. We still have vacant properties. If we want to rebuild or situate the jail in another location, it should be as is. Not in some community, not in a majority black community, not in a majority white community. We as the people should have the jail where it is. And that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. To the last speaker, I agree with a lot of what you said. I'm not opposed to keeping the jail downtown. It does need to be a rebuild. There's a lot of work, but I am not against that option at all. I think here again, we're trying to pick the location, and we have $0 to build a jail right now. Like, this is so far removed from any of us seeing, this Board of Commissioners seeing it happen. So I think there's a lot of fear, and I understand not wanting things in your backyard. I deal a lot of that we all do in our district, so I understand that. But I just want to say, I do agree with you with the downtown. I do think it needs to be a rebuild, though, not a patch job that we're doing. So I want to say that. But I do like the idea of all options, and I understand this resolution. But I just wanted to support your approach, the way you came up here and spoke. I appreciate that, and that I agree with majority of what you said. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a friendly amendment to make a correction in the caption. Where we have Board of Commissioner, I need to add an S in the caption.
Thank you. I second that.
Thank you. Can we do that without objection?
Okay, so now, is there anything else?
No, ma'am, I thank you, and I'd appreciate your vote.
Okay, thank you. Let's take this item down for a vote. May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman and Brooks. Commissioner Bradford has abstained. We have 2 ayes and 1 abstain.
Thank
This
you.
item goes down to favor recommendation, and this concludes law enforcement. What time is it? Okay, I guess I'll call to order. Committee number 6, Education. Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1 into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution aligning the elections of the Shelby County Board of Education with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 49-2-201F, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item was bifurcated and referred back to committee in August 11th, 2025 commission meeting.
Thank you. Okay, this item was moved by Vice Chair Bradford and seconded by myself. And we do have a speaker. Now I'd like to suspend the rules to allow Andrea Bell to speak for a second time. Can I get a second? Thank you.
Hello, once again. I am Andrea Bell. I'm in District 12. This is the reason why I came here. Just to introduce myself, I was born and raised in Memphis. I am a product of the city school system, hence city school system. I'm very proud of that. I am a wife, I am a mother, and I am an entrepreneur here in Memphis. I graduated college and I came back. The reason why I came back is because I understand the need, and I understand the need for education in our community, okay? One of the most important things with this resolution is I'm in District 12, Ms. Sugarman, I'm in your district, and I understand the thought pattern of aligning the school board with the commissioners. However, I don't have 4 more years as the parent to give the school board that we currently have. Now, we talk about the legality. If there's anything that our government should be worried about being sued, that should be about education, okay? I'm okay, and you should be okay with being sued on education. And what do I mean by that? We have the utmost duty to our kids to educate them, okay? The Shelby County School Board that we have now, they're not capable of doing that. They do not represent our students. They do not represent me as a parent. So with that being said, we should not move to have them to stay 4 more years. My daughter goes to White Station High. You were a teacher there, Ms. Sugarman. You still is. So you understand, my daughter and I fought nail and tooth to get her into White Station High because I have a dream to make sure that her education is the best. I'm here as a parent because we have a duty, you guys have a duty as commissioners to say no to 4 more years. The Tennessee State Legislature gave us the right to do that. All of them need to go back on the ballots. That's just simple. I mean, I can't explain it. And it's not because of the ongoing case of Ms. Ferguson. It's about ethic, morality. How can we teach our kids that if we allow the commissioners to stay 4 more years? We have a right. And I'm pretty sure we seen 901 and it was, oh, wonderful. But look what happened. The majority of our children, black or white, you know, we all talk about black kids and white kids. The majority of our kids were down there fighting. Why? We lack education in this city. We lack education. The only way out of poverty is education. And the only way to do that is to send a clear message to anyone else who decides to run for school board that we will not tolerate it, because our education for our children, that goes for Shelby County, everyone on this panel. You have kids, you have grandkids. Send a clear message that we will not tolerate any unethical behavior.
Thank you.
Or
Your
morale.
time's up. And let me
Thank
ask you
you.
one quick question. So what grade is your daughter in?
She is in 10th grade.
Okay, so hopefully I'll get her in 2 more years. Thank you. Okay.
you.
And so I just want to state on record that I am a child of the movement. And what this resolution does is it does not take away it doesn't disenfranchise the voters. And so if there's an issue concerning the newly elected school board members, the process will be a recall. And so one elected body cannot remove other elected bodies. It has to be through a referendum. But I love your passion. Keep coming, keep speaking out, supporting our children, because you're right, education is the way to upward mobility. Okay? I have Commissioner Brooks in the queue.
I need to withdraw that, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit confused. This says it was bifurcated back in on August the 11th. Can I get a little context here?
Yes, and I wish the attorney was here, because my understanding, I was the one that bifurcated, it was Commissioner Thornton, but my name's on here, because the resolution that I presented passed, and it was to allow the elected commissioners to continue their term. It was also to state that in 2026, that the term limits will begin. And the third item was the people who were running for office, school board members in 2026. Okay, then, for example, in 2028, they will serve 2 years, and then everybody be on 2030 calendar. And so,
okay.
again, this bifurcation should read Commissioner Thornton, because I did not bifurcate it.
Okay. So that's my confusion. I'm not sure what this is doing.
There's no attorney here.
Okay.
Talk to it. May I make a motion to just move this down without recommendation until we get clarification? Second. So the attorneys can explain the situation.
So this is what's happening. She bifurcated it because she wanted to talk about if they would then indeed run all of them in 26. We voted for 26 to be the year. We never touched the fact if we wanted to keep them staggered, if we wanted everybody.
So where's the document?
Lisa, overall Assistant County Attorney. As I recollect from that meeting, Commissioner, there were two issues within the resolution. One was the term limits, and one was when to implement the term limits. The term limits portion passed. When to start the term limits and the aligning of the term limits was separated and bifurcated and referred back to this committee for consideration. And that is what is before the body today.
Point of information, so the bifurcation does what? If it passes, it does what? It goes to 2030 or not 2030? When does it start? If it's bifurcated as is?
You're not, so the bifurcation was just a procedural maneuver to separate out the issues. You took up one issue at commission. You voted to approve. What piece of that was voted to approve? The year. And so now, the issue before you is not the bifurcation. The issue before you is aligning the election of the Shelby County Board of Education with the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. So that's what is
I
before you.
understand that.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
question is, okay, so if we approve the bifurcation as is,
Not the bifurcation. That is not before you.
Okay,
That
so
was
what-
the maneuver to separate the two issues. One issue was already determined. What is before you now is whether to align the elections of the Board of Education members with the Shelby County, so that when you vote again for the members of this body, which is coming up, then also the Board of the Board of Education members will also be before the people to vote on that as well. So that's what's before you. I'm sorry if this is not really my role.
Commissioner Bibbs?
Thank you. Let me suggest, though, that we actually step back, because I do think we're being told two different things, because my recollection is quite different. We were very clear on, we said 2026, as far as the term limits will begin. It was bifurcated, so we then would talk about alignment. So the piece of the alignment. But I think what is unclear is there has not been any paperwork given around the person who actually, commissioner who submitted the motion for it to be bifurcated. There has not been anything submitted in additional around what the suggestion is around the alignment. So that's the issue. I think technically we're supposed to be here in committee to talk about that, but I think the expectation was that that particular commissioner would bring some type of resolution around the idea of what alignment looked like. Because it could go either that everyone runs in 26, or it stays staggered, or very similar to what Commissioner Sugarman did in her resolution around how do you map it out. So that's the piece that's missing. So I understand Commissioner Sugarman's question. She's now part of what does alignment look like? And I don't think we're all clear on what it is exactly alignment should look like. So.
So is that not in the body of the resolution?
It is not.
Okay.
So I think Commissioner Sugarman asked for the motion
To move down without recommendation. It was seconded by who? Somebody seconded it.
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. In addition to moving it down, I think we also need to require that we have the second part of this bifurcation in writing, so we can all be clear as to what it is. I mean, we can have this part, but I think more needs to be clear in writing, so we'll know what we're doing, what is being proposed here. So can we just add that to it?
Commissioner Sugarman, do you mind if I respond to that? So I think that's my point. I think that's what we're missing. I think the resolution did not include what the expectation is. So I think we were expecting to come here today with the commissioner who actually made the motion to bifurcate it with something in writing around what it is that we can have to really kind of toss around and talk about. We don't have that. I think the resolution in which Commissioner Sugarman presented on that day actually mapped it out so for us to be able to have a conversation about it. Hence why I think why Commissioner Sugarman is stating, let's move it down without a recommendation. So between now and Monday, someone can come up with that in writing and with that alignment, so we can have something to be able to talk about.
I'm good with that. As long as I have something in writing, I'm good. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just said I'm good with that as long as I have something in writing, something before me that I can vote on.
So legal counsel, there's something for Monday? Thank you. Okay, so, we move it down with our recommendation, it was second by Commissioner Mills. Okay, and, let's move on to the. Okay, Commissioner, thank you. Parliamentarian, please read item number 2 into the record.
We need to capture for the record, you said that you made the motion to send it down without recommendation.
And it was second by Mills without objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Parliamentarian, please read item number 2 into the record.
Item 2 is a resolution to accept the Youth Voice Summit 2025 recommendations presented by the Shelby County Youth Council, SCYC, and to consider their implementation. Sponsored by Commissioner Dr. Edmund Ford, Jr.
Thank you. This item was moved by myself and seconded by Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Ford, you are the sponsor. Would you like to speak on this?
The Youth Council presented in front of this body. They asked us to consider several things that they came up with. This resolution basically accepts their recommendations for the purposes of possibly looking at some things that we could possibly fund down the road in this fiscal year. It sort of lines up with what Commissioner Wright wanted to do on Monday. So I think this gives a larger scope, and it doesn't coerce anybody or try to, with what we discussed on Monday, to where I believe some of the things that the Youth Council have asked for, $10,000 per commissioner, would barely be a drop in the bucket for some of the things that they're asking for. So if they were able to come down in front of this body and articulate very well what they would like to see us do, I think this resolution is a good start to say that we were listening, and let's see what we can do in order to implement some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item down for a vote. Can we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Bradford, Brooks, Avant. We have 7 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with a favor recommendation, and this concludes committee number 6. Okay, thank you. There is an add-on. So we're opening back up. Committee number 6. Parliamentarian, please read this item into the record.
Item 3 is an add-on item. Item 3 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioner. No, this is a repeat. Okay. Resolution establishing an ad hoc committee of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners to study and make recommendations regarding Memphis and Shelby County schools, including the structure of elected board members, staggered terms, term limits, and effective dates of terms, and to report findings and recommendations to the Shelby County Board of Commissioners. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, this item has been moved by Commissioner Brooks and seconded by Chair Bradford, okay, I see there has not been reviewed by legal, so we need to suspend the rules.
I'd make a motion to suspend the rules.
We need a second. Second by Commissioner Bibbs.
Thank you.
Okay,
Can you do that?
let me finish. Can we do this without objection? Okay, I see Chairwoman Avent in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm reading through this, obviously for the first time, and, you know, as our permanent rules state, usually ad hocs are at the discretion of the chair, and so I have not had a chance to review what Commissioner Brooks is proposing at this time. I do think maybe we should wait until we have chairs appointed for each of the committees, because that has not been done yet. Actually, commissioners have until Friday to submit the committees and boards they're willing to serve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at this point, what I'll do is just maybe state my reasoning for this, because I think it's gotten lost, and what we're trying to do, making these kinds of decisions. Number one, overturning an election by the people. Number two, we're getting into these issues regarding alignment, staggering terms, and no one has researched any of this. We have no idea what the best practices are. And then when you talk about school systems, of course, the school system has a plan. They have a strategic plan, and it's in place. So if we're going to, we need to know what we're doing if we're going to do that disruption, and it will be a disruption. If we're going to talk about changing the terms, we need to understand and know the impact of staggered terms or not staggered terms. There's a lot of information we have not researched, a lot of best practices we do not know. And I'm just not ready to rush into doing this and then look down the road and say, uh-oh. I just think we need to take a look at best practices, look at what the experts say. And this is not anything new. There are other institutions that have probably done this kind of thing and probably have had this issue before them to make some decisions on. So that is basically my thinking behind bringing this, because I didn't want it to get lost. I didn't want us to rush into making these decisions without giving it a thorough examination. And again, we have not heard back from the state AG, even though the state AG will only give us an opinion. It was requested, so we need to hear back from him at least before any final decisions are made. So with that, I guess I'm at the mercy of the will of the body.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Vice Chair, Commissioner Bradford.
I was going to make the motion. I'm trying to decide whether to send this down without recommendation today, and then on Monday, we could determine if we wanted to push it to the next, that's probably the best idea, push it to the next committee meeting, because my other thought was to push it to the next committee meeting, but from item 1 that we heard earlier, I think these two are entangled. So I think at this time, I'll put the motion on the floor to send this down without recommendation for Monday, and then we can see if that passes or if we want to do something else. Thank you. That's my motion.
Chairwoman Avent.
Commissioner Bradford, I appreciate the thoughtfulness behind wanting to make sure this is aligned with any items that are coming before us on Monday. I would just ask the body to respect procedurally how these things are supposed to happen, and that is that the chair appoints ad hoc committees, and with us not having chairs even selected, I don't disagree with any of the things that Commissioner Brooks is wanting to make sure is a part of the process so that any decision made by this body, we can stand behind, and as much information and data as we need to make those kind of informed decisions. I agree. However, I would ask that the body respect the procedures.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Thank you, and thank you to Chair Avant for those comments. I just was going to speak in with some context to that because we've been down this road before. In 2022, shortly after you all took office and we re-swore in, we had a couple of very tragic events that went national. And I believe I had a similar resolution to that effect of creating an ad hoc committee. I believe it was Chair Lowry at the time, and was asked to withdraw, and I did. That's my recollection. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's my recollection. But the chair did respect that request, and we did end up creating that committee, but it was the chair's decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, let the record reflect that Commissioner Brooks has no intent to infringe upon the rules or violate the rules in any manner. However, I believe it's Rule 6, which the chair does appoint ad hoc committees. It doesn't have to come before this body, but it's not necessary to have the education chair appointed. I don't have a problem with moving forward with what has been proposed, but I do want the record to reflect and back it up with what I'm saying, that this resolution is not an intent to infringe on the rules, and then also if there were the willingness, it could go forward without having an education chair. So I do support the intent to move it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bibbs?
Thank you so much. Actually, Commissioner Wright stated what I was about to state. Thank you, Chairwoman Avant. I do think in this matter of there's a way to be able to respect the rules and the process and still be able to move forward. I do understand that the chair has not had an opportunity to actually read what the intent of the resolution is. I think the wording or the suggestion around the work is fine, but I want to be respectful of the rules. Commissioner Wright gave a very great example of him withdrawing, and literally I think like the next meeting that ad hoc came up after the chair at that time had established leadership and also had actually had an opportunity to read it. So I think it would be great if we're just respectful of the rules.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Okay. Whatever is the will of the body, that's fine with me, but let me say one more time, the intent was not to disrespect the rules, and I think I'm established myself as a person that does respect the rules because I've had longer to practice respecting the rules. Thank you.
Thank you. So parliamentarian, where are we now? So at this point?
Well, we have a motion by Commissioner Bradford to send down without recommendation, but what I'm hearing is a request of Commissioner Brooks to withdraw this item so that the chair can operate in her authority without the necessity of action by the county commission to form an ad hoc committee. And she now has the guidelines and a blueprint from you of what you would like that ad hoc committee to cover. But I think what I'm hearing is a request for you to withdraw. But right now, what is before us is a motion by Commissioner Bradford that has not been properly seconded, so it's not even before us to send the item down without recommendation.
So I'll withdraw my motion. So we're back on the original item so that it's the intent of Commissioner Brooks to withdraw this item, then she can.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks?
Move to withdraw, Madam Chair.
Second. Can we do that without objection?
Yes, the rules indicate that an item can be withdrawn by the sponsor without objection.
Thank you. Okay, it has been removed, and this concludes committee number 6.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and begin Hospitals and Health, Committee Number 3. Madam Parliamentarian, you can read item number 1, please.
Item 1 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Monthly status update on proposed air monitoring in South Memphis with Deputy Director Cassia Alexander presenting.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director of the Shelby County Health Department. Shelby County Health Department received funding from the United States EPA Environmental Protection Agency in the amount of $411,000 on August 1st, 2024. Shelby County Health Department Ambient Air Monitoring Program aims to expand in an area of Shelby County that is of particular concern due to environmental justice issues which impacts South Memphis. This air monitoring station in South Memphis is to produce 24/7 real-time reporting of air quality concentrations of carbon monoxide and ozone. Therefore, the following has occurred since then. On June 4th through 5th, Shelby County Health Department contacted Shelby County Code Enforcement to request guidance and to begin procedures to obtain a new construction permit. On July 18th through the 22nd, we met to review and approve the drawings of the proposed air monitoring station to be located in South Memphis. On August 11th, Shelby County Health Department met with representatives from MLGW to discuss the movement of a meter box to extend electrical wires to the proposed new location. On August 12th, the concrete pad installation began for the air monitoring station. On August 14th, the concrete was poured and finished. On August 19th, we applied for a new construction code permit application. Currently, right now, we are working continuously with MLGW to disconnect this meter box at an existing trailer and perform an assessment for connecting it to a new meter box at this location. We also are working with an electrician to schedule an assessment of extending the electrical lines to this new location. We are in the process of updating the new construction code permit, and we are waiting for the concrete pad to cure for the next 4 to 6 weeks. At this time, I welcome any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you. Our acting chair had to step away. I'll recognize Commissioner Ford. Thank you.
Thank you, and I asked for this item. And just for the record, I'll be asking for this to come up in Hospitals and Health every month, as we already put in the resolution regarding these updates. So thank you for the specific updates. It gives me a chance, so when I have my community meeting, when the air quality around the aforementioned area is addressed, at least I can come back and say this body voted in favor of putting that $411,000 in place for the purposes of putting technology available for the purposes of having our own independent monitoring and not what other people may say is or is not the case. So at least we have that. I wrote some notes. You went through that timeline very quickly, so I see where you say you requested the guidance to acquire the construction permit. You met with reps to discuss the movement of the meter box. The concrete was paved and finished, and currently we're trying to get connection of the new meter box. Can you repeat how long do you think that process will take in order for the connection of the new meter box to actually happen?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. At this time, I'm not sure how long it will take for that to be done, but they are in the process of working on that. We do have a little time because right now the concrete has to cure. So while that is occurring, MLGW is working to move the meter box. We have to be directly pinned into an electrical pole.
And that's probably going to take about a month. So just
Probably.
enough time for another discussion item on this.
Hopefully.
Okay. There were people that I know when I go into my neighborhood, and the people appreciate what I do up here. They wanted to see these monthly updates, so I'm glad that we're actually doing them. I would ask if you could provide me a small narrative of that timeline so that when I do have my community meeting and they start asking about the air quality and where we're at, we can go ahead and have something for them so that they can see exactly where we are, what we're trying to do. And they can also be prepared for other updates. So if they're not physically here to see listen to the monthly updates, at least they can hear them on record so that they'll know what we're trying to do. So that's all I basically have. I'll get the other information from the Deputy Director, Commissioner Wright, so I don't have anything else. I'll yield it back to you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks.
So I think I heard you mention independent reports. You didn't say that. But the reports that you get, are these reports that you can share with us, and who's doing the reports, the monitoring reports?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. At this time, the monitoring station is not in existence, so we do not have any reports at this time for that station.
Okay, so I'm going back a year, I think I remember, and I had some questions around monitoring, air monitoring. So do we have any sites that are monitored?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then my question goes back to, are those reports independently monitored, and do we have reports that can come to us?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. Yes, the air monitoring team does monitor the particulate matter, the carbon monoxide, ozone, and various other criteria pollutants at 5 various sites. Currently, right now, ozone monitoring, it will be basically closing up because it's not in season between October and March, but the other particulate criterions will be available for the reporting. What we will be able to give you will be rough data. It has to be approved by EPA. We always send out data quarterly to EPA for them to go over and assess what we are finding. So yes, we can provide it, but it will be rough data.
Okay, I think we just need to know because, and that way when we have constituents who ask us about air monitoring, particularly the ones who have some questions around air monitoring in Boxtown, where XAI is. There's some concerns and different information that's coming out about the quality of the monitoring, or if there is, in fact, independent monitoring, or if it's some kind of monitoring that's going on that is, for lack of a better word, biased.
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. At this time, Commissioner, we do not, and that's what we're trying to fix here, have a monitoring station out there. Currently,
Okay.
that's the one that we are building in South Memphis that will be able to look at the air quality in that area.
Okay, so we just have no way to determine the impact of XAI on the environment in that area.
That is correct, not at this
Okay.
time, Commissioner.
Okay, and I know I'm almost out of time, but what impact will the changes that EPA have on what we're trying to do, particularly in the approval processes? Because I understand now they're shutting down, closing up, and withdrawing money.
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. We're like everyone else. We're just sitting back and waiting to see the exact effects that it will have, not only on the air monitoring program, but also the entire pollution program. Right now, we're in a wait and see. We have been approved for our upcoming fiscal year, beginning with the federal government fiscal year. So we have been approved for 1 year, but beyond that, I do not know.
When was that approval given? I'm out of time, but can you answer that? Thank you.
if I had to say, it was probably maybe a month or two ago, but I could give you the
Okay.
exact date of
That's-
when that
no,
was
that's-
awarded to us.
that's close
But
enough.
it was very recent.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Before Dr. Taylor left, she made a presentation and she recommended some updates that we can make to what she calls some like antiquated legislation. In her absence, do we still have recommendations that can come from the Health Department? Or is that something that we would need to consult with her to be able to better understand exactly what legislative action needs to happen?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. I think you're referring to, when she was referring to the zoning piece of it, Commissioner Thornton?
Yes.
Okay, that is still something that we can still discuss because of the zoning laws that are in existence right now. It allows for XAI-type businesses and others to come into various communities because they are zoned commercial. So that is something that still needs to be looked at, definitely.
Okay, if we could schedule a meeting to be able to pick up where that conversation left off. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I see no other commissioners in the queue.
Chair,
Commissioner Ford.
since this says monthly reports, I don't need to make a motion saying that we come back in a month. Is it going to automatically be on? Or do I need to, what protocol do I need to do in order to make sure that these monthly reports stay on the agenda?
Can I recognize
Through the
you,
parliamentarian.
Chair Avant?
Or through the chair to the chair, however you want to do it.
Sorry. Yes, we can just, there's no need for a motion. We can just make sure that these are on our monthly meetings.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Anyone else seeking to be recognized? Seeing none, thank you so much for that report. We'll see you next month. All right, so that concludes Committee 3. We'll go ahead and open up Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance. If we could read Item 1.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the contract for Ivanti Chairwheel Service Management Software Maintenance with Chairwheel Software LLC in a total amount not to exceed $81,284.10, commencing upon execution of the contract with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods with no more than 5% increase over the prior year's renewal. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $81,284.10, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item's been moved by Vice Chair Bradford. I need a second, please. Seconded by Chairwoman Avant. Chief, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology Services. The resolution this morning is for the renewal of our contract for the software management and maintenance of our Ivanti Chairwheel Service Management System. This contract will allow us to continue the system that we use for handling all technology requests and issues in one place. It is used by multiple offices within the county. We have general sessions, support services, corrections, Office of Reentry, HR, and the Register of Deeds office. We use our Sharewell ITSM tool. It's basically our ticketing tracking system. It allows us to put in service requests, incidents, and it also tracks the response time of those tickets that we receive from the staff within Shelby County government. The funding is within our IT services budget, and it's for $81,284. Our IT steering committee recommends approval, and our administration recommends approval, and we seek your approval this morning as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Perry. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Perry. Is this a local vendor?
No, this is a proprietary software.
And are there any subcontracts associated with this?
Sandra Perry, CIO. No, Commissioner, there is not.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Perry, I don't have any other commissioner in the queue right this minute. I received some outreach from a constituent that was asking about this, and if I recollect the concern, Is there some issue of this service perhaps being phased out or near end of life? Is that possible?
Sandra Perry, CIO. We are actually in the last year of this actual service with this particular vendor, and then we will have to go out and procure another ITSM tool for ticket tracking.
But is this software is it still being supported?
Sandra Perry, CIO. It is actually end of life, and I think we have through December 2026, if that is the correct date. But I know it is 2026. It is end of life.
Okay, all right. But we have plans in place to replace or to find a new.
Yes, sir. We're actively working on that now.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. I don't have any other commissioners in the queue. Let's take this to a vote, please. And I will turn it back over to Acting Chair Bibbs.
Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2, please?
Item 2 is a resolution approving a contract with Microsoft for enterprise-wide distribution of Microsoft 365 contract with vendor Insight Public Sector in a total amount not to exceed $5,395,643.85, commencing upon execution through June 30th, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods in an amount not to exceed $1,798,547.95 per renewal period. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $1,798,547.95, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Vice Chair Bradford and second by Commissioner Mills. And Ms. Perry, you're in the queue.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sandra Perry, CIO, Information Technology Services. With this resolution, we will actually enter into a contract agreement with Microsoft through Insight Public Sector. We will provide Microsoft 365 for all our county offices under our PC Refresh program. We will also consolidate our server, SQL, and Exchange email licenses with this agreement. This approach will extend our standardization of technology across the county, ensuring compatibility and effectively managing our licenses in one unified location. We will do this throughout all of our offices, and we will upgrade them to Microsoft M365, which includes all of our office productivity tools. It gives us Teams as our collaboration tool. We will not include the Sheriff's Office. They are under their own separate agreement. The actual funding for this agreement is within our software and acquisition, within our ITS general fund. For each year of the agreement, it's $1,798,547.95. Our IT steering committee has approved this resolution. Our administration is approving this resolution. This is a single source with Insight to purchase the Microsoft 365 server licenses, SQL licenses, and Windows licenses. And we seek your approval as well this morning.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Director Perry, so does this come with AI licenses?
We do have some licenses that are included, and for AI, the Microsoft flavor is called Copilot. We do have some licenses that we have in a pilot that we are using.
The Copilot?
It's called Copilot.
Okay, so when we did our training, we didn't use Copilot. We just went straight to the internet and used AI, well, GPT chat. That's the question. So will we get, is that included in here, GPT chat?
That, Sandra Perry, CIO, ChatGPT is an equivalent for Copilot. That is another version of AI that is used throughout the industry. So it is an equivalent for Copilot.
It's an equivalent. So we can just take it off the table then, what we talked about, getting licenses for X amount of county employees for GPT chat, or turn it around.
Sandra Perry, CIO, that will be an evaluation option. We are evaluating the Copilot as part of our licensing agreement, so that will be an option available through the program as well. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you send that to us, would you give us your personal recommendation, your professional recommendation in terms of whether we need to just stick with what we have or add that part to it?
Yes, ma'am. We can do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Are there any subcontracts for this single source contract?
Sandra Perry, CIO. No, ma'am, there is not.
Thank you.
I don't see any additional commissioners in the queue. Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, can you tally our votes, please?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks, Laurie, Chairwoman Avon. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, we have an add-on. Can you read item number 3, please?
Oh, no, I apologize.
I think the other one is for a different committee.
Okay.
Item 3 is an add-on item. Item 3 is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Shelby County, Tennessee, hereby suspending Shelby County grants in fiscal year 2026 to nonprofit, charitable, and nonprofit civic organizations, as well as all unbudgeted expenditures until January 1, 2026, consistent with the needs of Shelby County government's fiscal responsibilities. Sponsored by Vice Chairman David Bradford.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Vice Chair Bradford, a second by Commissioner Thornton. I see Mr. Collins stepping up, and I give him an opportunity to speak. Okay, Vice Chair Bradford.
Colleagues, I bring this in front of us today, and I believe Commissioner Avant also just sent us all forwarded a letter this morning from Director Tipton as well. We know that our general fund is growing very low, and so the intent of this is to stop spending any of our general fund until January 1st, 2026. I know we passed a lot of grants in the budget as well. Those are typically also funded from the general fund. This is not getting rid of those. This is just putting those on hold until January 1st, just to allow the tax dollars to income to replenish our general fund. Chief Director, I will let you all carry it from there.
Thank you. Good morning. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. That is correct. By suspending the grant payments right now, that would allow us to replenish our cash balance in January when we start to receive the significant portion of our property taxes.
Chief Collins.
Madam Chair, I'll be here to answer questions if the body has any.
All right. Chairwoman Avant, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I hope commissioners have had an opportunity to review the letter that I forwarded this morning, which was obviously addressed from Ms. Tipton to let us know kind of the state of the county. And I think this resolution is an attempt for us to be more fiscally sound. I would want, and just if you could provide a breakdown of what are some of the grants, what falls under, just providing some clarity to commissioners, what would fall under suspending grant spending, so that they have a better understanding of that.
What we would consider, those are non-essential grants, non-emergency grants, and grants to individuals or entities that does not provide a recourse to the county. Those grants were included in the final budget presentation that was approved by this body on June the 30th. And so what we would hope is, as the Vice Chair mentioned, that these grants will be placed on hold until after the bulk of the property taxes that we received during the months of December and January come in to then be allocated to those agencies.
And CAO Collins, are CEP funds also included in this?
Yes, they are.
And what's the amount total for CEP? Is that 2.6?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, they are. CEP budget right now is $2.6 million.
And what else would be outstanding of this amount?
Also would include, I think we had a budgeted amount to bridges, and we also had the other grants that were approved in the FY 26 budget for, I think it was about $17 million.
Okay. Commissioner Bradford, I would like to make a friendly amendment that would remove the CEP funds from this number. I think we, as part of like what we have seen as essential services that some of these CEP grants do provide, which are a benefit to the county, when you think about the organizations that are providing the services. So I don't want to discount that as non-essential or not a benefit to the county. And so I'd like to make a motion to, a friendly amendment to remove the 2.6 from this, the list of nonprofit and fiscal year for 2026. And asking, are you open to a friendly amendment to that?
I guess my response would kind of be, what if we did, instead of all of it, what if we did half? Because we're kind of tying administration to a thing, and let's all get in the same boat here, and so why don't we just keep half of ours available and then the other half starting on January 1st?
And I think Based on the spend down of the CEP, you wouldn't have, but probably half of that would be spent by this time anyway, most of those funds, and we could have Tanya really run a report on that prior to Monday so that we'd have a better idea of how much of the CEP is spent down by December or January, or as of January 1. I don't think that we're going to run the risk of this 2.6 interfering with what is needed in general fund, but definitely we could have her to run usually what the spend rate is for the CEP funds.
Okay. Yes, I'm amenable to the 2.6 as an addition, and then let's get the information on Monday, and we can tighten that up if we want to.
Okay. So it's a motion by myself.
So I'll second.
Can we accept that without objection?
What is it? What's the?
The motion is that we remove CEP grants from this particular resolution so that commissioners can go ahead and be able to disperse funds to those organizations that we know are essential to community and to social services in Shelby County.
Just clarity. I thought I heard the chair, I heard someone mention something about just spending half of those dollars?
Yes,
Which
that was
the motion?
that was a suggestion. However, that's not where we are. The motion
Okay,
is
gotcha.
for the full amount to be
Okay,
available.
thank you.
All right, so we're going to. Okay, so Commissioner Wright has made an objection. So we do have commissioners in queue, but before I want to make sure we're speaking on. Speaking on the objection. So Commissioner Wright, I will go to you.
Yeah, I was, so I just object so I could speak to the issue. I was going to recommend that we continue on with hearing the grant resolutions and going through the process, but maybe just if we're in advance of January 1, making it effective January 1. So I don't know if that's sort of where you're going, or if that's totally out of a line, but that was sort of because we do have, it takes a long time to go through all of those throughout the year, and we're doing it even in the last meeting of the fiscal year. So I definitely think we shouldn't stop that process, but I was going to recommend just holding everything to January 1 as far as the payout.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. So, Commissioner Thorne, are you speaking on the objection? I see you in queue, but are you speaking? Okay. So at this point, I'll go to Chairwoman Avent before I make a comment.
Yes, thanks, Commissioner Wright. I think with what we spend in CEP funds and the length of time that it takes to get through the process, I don't think that it is going to interfere with what they're needing for the general op fund. So I wouldn't think that we would need to pause until January 1, which seems like it might actually cause more of a backlog than this process of allowing it to move forward. We know that most of that spend down does not happen before January 1. And again, we'll get those numbers, ask the office to provide, the administration, our administration to provide that information so that it is clear and before folks vote one way or another, they're comfortable with that.
All right. Commissioner Wright is withdrawing his objection. So can we accept that amendment without objection? So moved. All right. I'm going to go back to the resolution at hand. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
We're back on the main motion as amended.
Yes, sir.
All right. CFO, I read your letter. I understand your letter. It's basically a cover yourself letter. Like I said before, you don't make decisions up here, and you don't make decisions upstairs. When you're middle management, you get it from both ends. And you have to cover yourself with this type of letter. I only got pushback on one thing in your letter. I agree with everything else in your letter. I don't want the talking point to be, well, the commission voted for $17 million worth of grants without including what the administration did not include in their proposed budget. So we're going to include one thing to make people feel good, and maybe we'll get a sound bite. We need to also include, well, there was pre-K in there. That doesn't qualify as nonprofit, charitable, and all of that. But that wasn't in the proposed budget, that extra $2 million. This body put it in. The tax relief program that this body voted for twice, the proposed budget did not have it. It was codified. That means it was law. This body put it in. That must have been missing in the letter, not necessarily with what I'm saying. But clerk, we codified that. That was not put in the budget. This body put it in. Crime Lab, you had the DA and your boss come down here talking about, oh, we support it. Well, where was it in the budget? I think you said that, Commissioner Mills, on one occasion. But it wasn't in the budget. So let's not just simply say, well, the commission put $17 million worth of grants. You got about $8 million worth of things that either you all wanted or we passed through resolution or ordinance that you didn't put in. So anytime y'all want to talk about the other, let's bring the other thing as well. But everything else you put in that letter, 100% agree. Because I've stated for the last couple of months, and this body, with the inclusion of this administration, voted for $31 million worth of two items to come out of fund balance. One was required, the other one really was not. You have been on record on most occasions stating that the fund balance, the unassigned fund balance, is at a crossroads, lower probably than, I looked at, and I'm using your numbers that you had at the bottom. We used to be at over $100 million when I was the budget chair in '96. You told us that now we got to change the numbers and flip them over to almost 69 million. I think you said 71 in your letter. But that's still in the teens. So I'm going to get back in the queue, but I will say that I do have a couple of questions for the CFO to see if some of the things that I ask can remedy some of the challenges. So I'll get back in the queue and ask just the CFO on those two things that I need to ask her. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. The full list of what I guess entails the 17 million, can that be uploaded into Granicus so that we can have that as a document? That's my first question. And then just for clarity, so if we have to go, in the option to go into the unassigned fund balance is there if we deplete funds or we need to, right? That's what it exists for. Why would we need to create this $17 million safety net? And if we don't, what would be, I guess, the flow of how we would move forward? So basically, if we don't approve the $17 million January 1st delay of accessing the funds, what is our option if we need to use that $17 million?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think I understand your question. Currently, our cash balance, where we pay all the checks out, is at $103 million as of June 30th. So we're continuing to pay for our operations every month, and that depletes that cash balance. We've stated before that our property taxes is the bulk of our revenue. And we've collected the bulk of our revenue already. So anything that's in that cash balance is what will sustain us until we get to around January when we start to collect property taxes again. So what we're trying to attempt to do is to maintain that cash balance. If you have a payroll that's going to use roughly $140 million between now and November, we got to have enough cash in the bank to pay all of our employees. So by holding that, we're trying to ensure that we have enough cash in the bank. I think part of your question too was going into unassigned fund balance. That part is in my letter, and what I'm stating there is if you approve a resolution today going forward with no funding source, it has been implied that the source would be fund balance, and that would further reduce that unassigned fund balance from 14% even lower. So that's why we're asking, we recommend that you do not approve resolutions that don't have a identified funding source. Fund balance is not an identified funding source. I hope I answered your question.
Well, if we don't approve this resolution, what happens?
we're running the risk of not having enough cash come November. And I think Commissioner Wright was very conscious of that last year in November. When we got to the November operating statement, everybody saw on the balance sheet that we dropped below our cash balance, which meant that we went negative. So it only happened for a minute, but now this year is going to be even more because we've given increases and done other things that we need to pay out of general fund.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
I tell you, I was listening to this as I was coming in to the point that why I didn't support the budget the way that it was, because we knew we was already short. We've been hearing it year after year after year. We're going to be short. We're going to be short. We're going to be short, and we don't do anything to make up the difference. I knew when I said to the mayor that this budget, when it was presented, to me, it was like a person getting shot 8 times and had one Band-Aid on it. We bleeding in this county. Number one, deemed murder capital of the country, talking about the National Guard coming in. Every other community said, we're going to invest in the future. We're going to do something to put into these communities that's going to change. But we took away and said, let's take even more away. While the municipalities, they sing a hunkadory. They talking about building jails that's going to lock up children from out of our community. And we saying the nonprofits, the only ones out there doing work for these, we're going to not give them nothing so we can prepare them for the National Guard, so we can prepare them for the jails they finna go into. This, the frustration that I have is that when we look at the fact that we as a community, and it's a majority of ours make up the city of Memphis, that we didn't have the fortitude or the insight to say, and I heard it say that even if we would have raised the budget, we still would have been behind. Well, guess what? We knew this 2 to 3 years ago when we didn't put money in the budget to talk about building schools 10 years ago. The deferred maintenance that we have on these buildings. So it's just like we say we don't kick the can down the road, but we keep kicking the can down the road. We're getting worse as a community, and they watching us saying, let's go get them. They right for the taking. And it's our community that's going to get taken. It's in the city, it's the inner city of Raleigh, Fraser, North Memphis. It's our communities that's going to be taken. And we ain't got nothing in place for them to get in. So that's the frustration that I have. Didn't want to support it when it was cut the first time, neither the second time, because of this very reason, is that we don't have nothing to do for the people who's doing the only work that's going to change the narrative of what we're seeing and the outcomes in our community. That's just what I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford, you're back in the queue.
All right, thank you. I'm going to say what I need to say real quick, and then I got 2 questions for Ms. Tipton. She might answer the first one real well, where I don't need to ask the second one. So I'm going to put some stuff in context, but I'm going to ask you about some electeds that are significantly underreporting. And I think you know where I'm going with this, to where the money has been accumulated, but the monthly reporting is not happening to where it's supposed to go to particular places, and that could remedy some of what we have here. So you understand where I'm going with that, okay? Now, and these are people that I represent that have asked this. They've been like, okay, there have been larger salary restrictions by the sheriff. No fund balance was used in the budget process. And they're questioning how are we more in the hole than we are in the past. That answer could be all over the place, so I'm not asking you to answer that. But whatever we do, we need to remedy it, because I'm assuming we have not sent the budget to Nashville yet. You turn it in on Friday? Okay, all right. That was question number 2, so you answered that one. All right. Now,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ford. Ms. Tipton, if you could just say that on the record so that
sure.
Commissioner Ford was valid.
I'm sorry, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The budget is due on Friday.
All right, thank you. All right. Now, there was a suggestion that I made, even though I would have voted against it, that when the 4 cents was talked about for probably about an hour and a half, and this commissioner made the suggestion that that 4 cents go into escrow and we come back to the table and figure out what to do with it. Your boss said, do not listen to what Commissioner Ford said. I said, okay, fine, let's see how this exercise goes. And you know how the exercise went? How about 4 cents this way? Failed. How about 4 cents this way? Failed. How about 4 cents in the general fund so we can add more? Failed. That $13 million would come in handy today, I know, if it was put in the right spot. So when people say that the municipalities raised taxes, they specifically stated where it went. And they got the confidence of a lot of their constituency to where they are saying, okay, if you're going to put it here, I can go back and support it. For example, like I wasn't going to support a 4-cent increase, but if I hypothetically said that 4 cents was going to go to public safety and it's going to go to helping out funding the statutory requirements, it may not have passed, but I think some colleagues could have taken that back to their respective constituencies and said, the taxes got raised, but it's going to public safety. So in my last 9 seconds, can you articulate which electeds, mostly these clerks, have revenue that is significantly underreported that is preventing us from getting those fines and fees, et cetera, to get to the appropriate places in county government that could remedy some of the challenges that we're having right here? And who are those clerks or elected officials? That's my final question.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Currently, we are working with our General Sessions Court clerk and also our county clerk to ensure that we have all of their fines and fees because they are trending below the amount that was anticipated.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton is in the queue.
All right. So I just read the letter. When will the audited financials be ready?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Our audit is scheduled to be done by December 31st, 2025.
And in setting aside the 17 million, you said that we have 103 million and that we're expecting payroll to be around 140 million. So 17 million doesn't give us what we need. How are we planning to close that gap?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We do continue to receive fines, fees, permits, that type of revenue. Wheels tax revenue wouldn't impact it, but the fines and fees, we look at our whole tax base. So we continue to get money. It's just we don't get the significant portion that we get from property taxes until starting in December.
So I just think that, okay, so let me go to my real core concern here. And I'm wondering, Caswell, because I don't know how many of us within the budget received the budget amendments, received district-based allocations. I know that District 6 has like $1 million. We have 1.8 million. Are both of those included in the 17 million? Okay.
Audrey Tipton, yes.
We need to see what is going to be the district impact of how funds will be blocked. I must make the case to the administration, this is going to be year 3 of District 10 not having access to its dollars. And so the cumulative impact of us being earmarked resources but not actually being able to access those resources, it's a problem for this district. So when we talk about the challenges that continue to be presented, they need resources. And so we have nonprofit organizations that currently are going through the vetting process with the understanding that they can focus on getting their contract signed by the mayor. And that's currently happening. So this completely throws off what they need. And I must remind people that Thanksgiving, Christmas, like we have a lot of outreaches that are going to be happening at the community level, and this will prevent us from having funds to be able to execute on annual events that were planned. So it's very disruptive to the programmatic, I guess the programming that nonprofits within this district in particular are planning. So I would like to make to the maker of this particular resolution a motion or friendly amendment to it to remove the 1.8 million for District 10 budgeted items this particular fiscal 26.
For discussion, I'll second that motion. for discussion purposes.
All right, the Commissioner Thornton made a motion, Commissioner Ford made a second for discussion.
And I'll object so we can get to discussion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Vice Chair Bradford made the objection, so we're now in discussion mode regarding that particular amendment. Commissioner Mills, are you in the queue about the discussion? Okay, Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just to further expound, so when we first, I came in with a new group of commissioners, so this is my first term. The very first fiscal year, 100,000 was earmarked towards District 10. Those monies were never actually processed. I don't actually still to this day understand what happened to those dollars. They were approved as a budget amendment. We never received those funds. In the second year, $2.7 million were earmarked to the district, and we never received those funds. We had to do a carry forward because the mayor never signed off on the contract. In year 3, 1.8 million was approved. So here we're saying that the district will not have even the possibility to get those funds signed off on until January. And I just cannot stress to you that, again, we're number 1 in HIV cases. We are one of the top 4 in blighted districts. We continue to top the charts, and I have a lot of pressure on me from organizations within my district to say we actually need funds. It's cute to talk about things that we've been allocated, but we haven't received those funds, and I know for a fact that we, particularly in lieu of recent headlines, are really putting ourselves through a very rigorous process to make sure that all of the organizations will be vetted before we even embark on the contracts process. So we are growing and developing as a district to be able to make sure that we're meeting the mark. January 1st is just going to delay some plans that are very robust. It's football season. The schools are currently actively in programming, and we have facilities projects that have already had contractors walk the facilities to be able to improve them. And so January 1st just completely disrupts the plans of District 10. And I'm just asking this body to support, as you supported in the past, this process of us actually getting the dollars to be signed off by the administration.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. And so there are no additional commissioners in the queue, but I do think that if you're saying for sake of conversation, because you just stated that you're doing things in school buildings. So I do want that just for the body, for that to be vetted by the attorney, because the rule is normally that if you're giving money to a school building, that means all schools throughout Shelby County then have to receive those funds. So
the funds aren't going directly to the schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the workaround for that. We're mindful not to increase the maintenance of efforts.
All right. Vice Chair Bradford.
I understand the needs for the different districts, but I'm going to hold my objection at this time because I think if we keep doing this, we're going to pull all the things out of it, and then we haven't done anything. I think probably what would help all of us is to get the information from our CEP to understand what that spending is, and then get the full list of items. And so I would be willing to rehear this on Monday once we have all the items in front of us to understand what the total dollar is and where all those grants are going to. But right now, I'm going to keep my objection on the floor so we can vote on this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Mills,
I'm on the main motion.
Okay, you're on the main motion. Commissioner Ford, are you on this one?
Only for a quick second, because the other thing I need to do is a point of information, but it would not be appropriate under this particular motion. To the sponsor, I think you were already prepared for a robust discussion on things being put back in. So I think that you're probably going to have some people on Monday who are not necessarily here to just be ready. That's what I'm saying. So I can understand and empathize where my colleague is concerning particular things, because it did take particular people on this body in order to carry forward. I know the aforementioned 2.7, and now the 1.8. I know that's $4.5 million. I'm not going to get in the business of overlooking what another commissioner is doing within their respective district to handle business, but if this body decided to carry forward as well as support this item as a body, then we'll just see how it goes. I expect my colleague to have her phone fully charged on Monday when the discussion comes back up. So we'll just see where we're at. That's why I asked the questions to Ms. Tipton, and I think I may be asking Commissioner Mills' question, but I think it'd be appropriate on this motion. What's the dollar amount of the underreported by the General Sessions Court clerk and the county clerk? I'm asking because if it's millions of dollars and we know that now, then maybe that will help out what we have on the floor right here. So the General Sessions Court clerk and the county clerk, how much is being significantly underreported that we could use as county government in order to fund some things?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I really want to give you that number, but I don't want to give an estimate. So if I could bring that back to you on Monday.
If we can have that on Monday, maybe that'll help out with some of the things. So I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you.
Chief Collins, were you trying to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. What I would probably venture to say is even if that number is in the millions of dollars, we are having difficulty retrieving those dollars. And I would hate for us to try to count those dollars when we don't have them in the coffers. And so while we understand that the money may be sitting somewhere, if we don't have it sitting in the CFO's realm to be able to distribute and allocate, then we're sitting here today doing the very same thing. And so that would be my rationale to the discussion.
Thank you, Chief Collins. Commissioner Mills, are you still back on? You want the main motion? I mean, the main item, correct?
The main item.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. So your projections are saying that the need to be able to really have the buffer is closer towards December. So this is September. I'm going to, I know there's a motion on the floor, but definitely make a motion to defer this to another committee. My concern is that between Wednesday and Monday, there are a lot of questions that we've asked you, and depending on your answer, like, I don't want to rush through this decision on Monday, and I can't stress enough, like, I don't know how your constituents are communicating to you, but it is very inconvenient trying to access our meetings, whether it's parking, whether it's the time of 3 o'clock. This is going to push District 10 in particular to have to do a major turnout to get people down here to be able to say, don't block our monies. And so I would love to pack out, Melrose, Hamilton, and Oak Haven's football teams. Those are three communities in particular that have gotten very excited about having access to funds. And now we have to get whole teams to come down here to be able to watch us be able to figure out if they're going to continue to be put off. So I understand, Commissioner Bradford's your point around that this slowly will pick away. But I do just think that I don't know, I would even make this appeal on behalf of District 6, which I know continues if District 10 is on the top list, and District 6 is also a top charter. I think that some of the more disinvested communities just have pressing needs, and taking away half of the calendar year in access to funds can be very detrimental. I can't stress that enough. I listened at one of the previous meetings to where one of my colleagues is giving her full CEP grants to the Crime Commission. Some of our districts just don't have that luxury. And so I'm just asking this body just to please hear that we all are not the same, particularly to you, Commissioner Bradford. I've stressed very consistently, the health department has told us there's a 10-year lifespan difference between my district and your district. Like, there are real disparities across these districts, and I do not think that this blanket decision to withhold the funds is going to impact us all the same. District 2 can withstand January 1st as a deferred access to funds. District 10 simply cannot. And I'm just asking this body to please not rush to this decision, and particularly if we could exclude this 1.8. I know for a fact that District 10 is ready to roll, and we have a lot of plans that are in place. Hopefully, we're just waiting to see if we can get it as early as this month. We're ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford, are you back? Okay, there you
And the reason why I brought this up because of what Commissioner Thornton stated. I'm just going to disagree wholeheartedly with what was stated as far as what should be. I'll wait until I get my 3 minutes. I'm waiting for the clock to come back. All right, thank you. To the CFO. And we have had, and we're going to have, individuals, electeds, that are going to be coming down begging for things. And I'm keeping it within the scope, Commissioner Clay Bibbs, as an option to where if the item does not pass, that does not keep us from what we can do as commissioners. If, let's say, Clerk X comes and they want to do something within the general fund, but they got $500,000 worth of DP fees. I have a list of all the DP funds, and there are probably a lot of items that those so-called clerks and others are going to come and ask for. And I think that is a quick way of replenishing some of the money. I know that we got a letter where a particular clerk wants support regarding some stuff, and that person has over $200,000 worth of DP fees. And I think you can look at that resolution and say, oh, yeah, it qualifies, and that'll save us $200,000 in the general fund. It may not be the big amount like the 1/8 that's on the floor right now, but we need to do our due diligence anyway. And after this item is over, I'm going to ask you if you acquiesce to the numbers that I ended up getting on that. So I disagree that we should, well, I'll put it this way. If things were done in order, and it's not just the administration and us, we wouldn't be in this situation right now doing what we're doing. So I would say to the lady that has put the motion on the floor, if it does not pass, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and I know you're going to try to do that for your district. So you'll have that number for us on Monday on where those two clerks are. Okay, all right. That's all I have. I'll wait for this motion to be disposed of before I do my point of information.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Vice Chair Bradford.
I realize we have a motion on the floor, but I think probably the best best moving forward on this is just to send it down without recommendation, get all of the information in front of us on Monday, determine if it's 1.8, if it's more, if it's less, for whatever you may need, so we can have that discussion. If we still don't have enough information at that time, I don't really want to delay this, but then at that time, we could also consider pushing it off to the next committee meeting as well. So I realize we're in the middle of a motion. I'm happy to withdraw my objection if we can get back to where we had it, and then send it down without recommendation, and we can have more discussion and gather more information for Monday, and then move it back to the next committee if that needs to happen as well. So,
Thank you, Vice Chair Bradford. So he's withdrawing his objection, and now we're back on the main, back to your motion of the amendment. I think he's.
If I may, just as a point of privilege, like I stressed before, if this goes down without recommendation, it's an item for discussion, and there's a potential it could be voted on Monday. So that means that I have to turn out constituents on Monday. That means I have to coordinate buses. I mean, it's a huge inconvenience for me. So I would like to know in committee if this is going to be deferred, because that will give us enough time to be able to plan for a future meeting. I can't support the going down without recommendation. So I would like to keep my motion with the second and see it go through for a vote. We have to push for action in committee. We can't wait until commission day, because I have to know how to move forward in the days to come.
then I'll keep my objection so we can vote on this now and move forward.
All right, so Vice Chair Bradford is keeping his objection. I see Director Tipton wanting to make a comment.
Thank you, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I just wanted it to be clear that we need the cash to cover the operations of the county. It's not just salaries. We're talking monthly expenses. So that was our purpose of doing this. It is not to try to hold money back or anything like that. We're just trying to ensure that we have enough cash in the bank to write checks for the normal operations of the county.
Thank you, Director Tipton. So we're now, Madam Clerk, if you can prepare screens for voting on this actual amendment. Madam Clerk, can you please tally our votes?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Caswell, Ford, Thornton. We have no votes from Commissioner Wright, Bradford, Morrison, Chairwoman Avon. We have 3 abstains, Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Brooks. We have 3 ayes, 4 noes, 3 abstain.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The amendment fails. So we're now back on the main resolution. All right, so I'm now going to go to Commissioner Mills, who's been waiting on the main resolution to the queue.
Thank you, patiently waiting. 2 questions. With the underreporting, where is that hiccup happening? Why is it happening, the underreporting, and how can that be solved?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The underreporting is for fines and fees, is General Sessions and County Clerk currently. And I don't know exactly why it's occurring, other than I know there's probably been turnover and people are still adjusting to the positions. So Finance has been trying to work with the departments to show them how that needs to occur.
Have they been receptive to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's promising.
Yes.
And I look forward to hearing those numbers on Monday, because that was one of my questions. My other question, and I realize the financial situation that we're in, when do we start looking at cuts for things that the county, we're not mandated to fund? I look at the commission. I mean, we hired a finance person. I voted for it, but it's not really serving us the way I thought it would. So there are areas, the Office of Innovation I look at. I remember last term how it was kind of underhanded the way it was done, but it was done. It created a job for someone who's no longer with government, but we still fund that office. We were able to use the opioid funds to fill in, and we were told by our experts that came in to discuss that the district connectors was not a proper use of the opioid funds. So when do we start really taking a real look at at cinching up our finances in those areas? I see the grants as a first start, but when do we really, because I think there is room to clean up our government spending.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Thank you, Commissioner Mills, for the question. As we sit here today, we are reevaluating and evaluating our response. The letter that the CFO has sent you also requires her to provide a solution to not only the general fund balance, but also the fund balance. And so as we go through this process, we will and are looking at ways that Shelby County government can streamline its response and operations to get into compliance with what our policy says us we should be.
Okay, because I think we all, when we leave this term, I don't think we want to look back and say we left the county in a worse situation than we found it when we came in. Time's up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Before I go to the commissioners that are in the queue, we do have a card for a appearance card. Just want to make sure, get this person an opportunity to speak now that we're back on the main item. Jessica Indigaro, come up, state your name and your address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Jessica Indengaro. I'm the Chief Administrator from the DA's office. I think that all of us in county government are really sensitive to words like cash flow, and that's a really important part of how all of this works. I will just mention that there is this language that says unbudgeted expenditures, all unbudgeted expenses. I'm not sure that the various elected components of Shelby County have had a chance to really review this yet. I'm fortunate to have a paper copy myself, but the people who are listening don't have it in front of them. And I think that this does also potentially impact a variety of the electeds who are finding out about this in real time. So this has to do with potential asks that they might have and things that are already in progress. And so I would just ask the commission to be open to that discussion from the electeds who I imagine you will be hearing from on this. One of the difficulties in all of this is kind of an orderly rollout so that people understand what is coming and so that they can respond in a reasonable way and to still be within the parameters of what the administration and what the commission wants to see and how they want to see it. And this kind of resolution that says unbudgeted expenses but doesn't actually reference what that entails, what is already in progress, what would be potentially not exempted from a late addition. I just ask you to take that into consideration and to be open to discussions from the electeds that are out there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're back to the queue. Commissioner Ford.
I'm going to do my quick point of information. So to the sponsor through Commissioner Clay Bibbs, I just want to make sure, because I got 25 neighborhood associations, your resolution is only talking about nonprofit, charitable, and nonprofit civic organizations. So we're not talking about cameras, right?
That's a good question.
Because that is not nonprofit. That would be a piggyback, and that's public safety.
But I believe that came out of the 17 million in grants.
It shouldn't. That's why I needed to ask in the spirit of what Commissioner Thornton was saying. So
I agree. That's why I think earlier, I think we need to send this down without recommendation and get a good list of what's here.
No, I get that. So let's not play with District 9 either. You know, we can talk about the process all day. So again, this is your sponsored item. And you said nonprofit, charitable, and nonprofit civic. That is not a nonprofit, civic, or charitable. So if we're going to go in the spirit of what you have in front of us, that should not be included because we have individuals that want to include it and barely participated in the process. So to my colleague, Commissioner Thornton, in the spirit, that's why I had to ask that particular question. We don't have a list of the 17 million. That's just been the talking point. But if we're going to stay within the spirit of this item that's in front of us as amended, it needs to focus specifically on that. But if somebody makes a motion saying to take that out too, that means you're attacking District 9. Don't run for something countywide. I would be against you. And the community would be against you. We participated in a process. And I understand if we're going to do exactly what this says. But if we're going to start looking at other things that do not qualify with what you have in the caption and what you have in the body, I'm going to have a problem with that, Vice Chair. So I would implore you to state that that is not one of the things, because I believe it was you that stated that at one time you wanted to see all the grants go to public safety. Well, in the interest of what you brought forward at a particular time, I would ask you to support that money for District 9 that will go exclusively to cameras that will be put up on the poles through a piggyback not be included in this for two reasons. One, it's not public safety, and two, you supported something in the past regarding public safety on that. So my last question in my 15 seconds, and I abstain from the budget because I don't participate in meetings that I believe are illegal, but there was a $5.3 million salary restriction added to, I need latitude to get the question in, because I think y'all will want to know what this 5.3 is. A $5.3 million portion of the budget cut for salary restrictions on top of what was voted on the 23rd. We got two lawsuits. If one of them hypothetically gets resolved, that 5.3 has to go to somebody else if one of them is settled. So who's going to absorb all those salary restrictions? Can we get that information as well? Because I didn't come up with the number, and I'm assuming that my colleague didn't come up with the number. I'm going to assume that it came from finance, and she can talk about what happened behind closed doors. But when we're going to find out what that 5.3 on how that hit all those other electeds? Are we going to find that out on Monday too? May I reiterate?
Can you speak into the microphone so
She
that?
said she didn't understand what I said.
All right, so Commissioner Ford,
On June, yeah.
can you clarify?
On June 30th, this body reconvened to make amendments from what happened on June 23rd. One of those amendments included a $5.3 million salary restriction that was put on paper. I'm assuming that it happened behind the closed doors downstairs, because I was outside with the trustee and others saying I'm not going to be involved in that process behind closed doors. And I'm assuming that that number, and my colleague can let me know where that number came from. There was a $5.3 million salary restriction added on to what transpired on the 23rd. I'm asking, what specifically, who are those electeds, and by how much are they being restricted? Because at least one of them have come to me saying they don't see that restriction yet, but we're already in September.
Deputy Director Thompson.
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. The answer to the question is this. In addition to the normal vacancy savings amounts calculated for every department and elected official, that additional amount that you're discussing, Commissioner Ford, is held at a centralized level. So over the next 12 months, as we see the various departments and divisions, how they come in according to their salary spend, it will be allocated accordingly. It is held centralized until we net out our FY26 budget. And so we won't know the full impact of that until we analyze where the various elected officials and departments have come in. So that's how that piece of it works. Because everyone will not spend all their salary dollars. Some people may spend more of their salary dollars. So it will be allocated accordingly at the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Before I get to this list of commissioners that are back in the queue, I do have a question to the sponsor of the resolution. It seems as though that we don't have all of the information needed in order to make the best decision. Is there an opportunity, instead of sending it down without a recommendation, that we push this to next committee?
I'm fine with that. I don't know what the administration thinks, but there is a lot of discussion that still needs to be had on this, and I do tend to agree that ideally, even if we got that information tomorrow, that doesn't give us much time to think through it for Monday. So I would be open to discussion of pushing it to the next committee day. I would like to hear from the administration. They seem to be nodding their heads, but any issue with pushing this to the next committee?
Chief Collins.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. No, sir, we don't have a problem with that. Just be mindful of what will transpire between today and Monday as you meet and you hear resolutions from various agencies and departments asking you for relief. And so as we go through this process and move to the next committee meeting, there will be others who come before you, and it'll be our position that all expenditures going forward will still be paused. And to that note, let me remind this body that we're not saying we are removing any resolution or expenditure for any nonprofit entity or for public service. What we're asking is that we put a pause on all of these until the first of the year. And so by no means does the administration say we're not willing to support or allocate the resources that have been approved by this body. What we're asking you is, in prudent and fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers, to Shelby County government and its team members, is that we pause all of these until the first of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Collins. So I'll now go back to the maker of the
So we've got lots of people in the queue, and I want everybody to be heard. So I'm already in the queue at the end, so when I get up, I'll make the motion to move it to.
Perfect. Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the sponsor for even being willing to entertain the idea of a deferral of this item. I do want to double down on this idea that a delay is a denial. The calendar year, half of it being lost, is going to actually impact a lot of organizations on the ground. So Commissioner Mills mentioned something about any other alternatives. I know that we're leading out with the grants, which I think is just more punitive towards the people that we serve. I think if there are any other non-essential priorities that we could prioritize before the grants, or even just to put some contingencies in here that we will utilize the suspension as needed. Like there seems to be kind of a moving target here where we anticipate doomsday, it doesn't happen, and then someone just slides through. I've seen a lot of questionable things when it comes to how monies avail themselves that previously were said to be blocked off. And so I just don't want this to be something that is going to be well-intentioned, but when it's executed, it won't be needed, but it will be deeply impactful. So some more contingencies, and I'll just talk to the sponsor to see what you're amenable to as we lead into hopefully which is a deferred item. I do want to, in the meantime, just stress that finance get the answers to some of these questions. It's been 2 months since we approved the budget. I would want to know of the budget items, what has actually been expended, just for comparisons to see what actually has gotten through, what is going to be disrupted. And then definitely through the chair to Commissioner Caswell, I am keenly aware of the fact that District 10 and District 6 are uniquely going to be impacted by this particular resolution. So I would want to know from the perspective of District 10, has District 6 received any of its $1 million budgeted funds for this particular fiscal year? In addition, I would want a notice. I don't know if the letter, I would have to go back to look and see who all received the letter, if it was just sent to the commission. But if you could send that letter to all of the electeds, just so that they could be put on notice, as well as the exact item line for the 17 million, so that there can be transparency. I've heard from other electeds on other items that they weren't actually noticed, and they felt like that left them at a disadvantage. So just wanted to go ahead and just cross that particular bridge so that we don't have to say that we didn't. And I think those are all my other questions. I hope that someone on your team is really taking note of all the questions that were asked and that we could get those answers in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Director Tipton?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I did want to respond and say that the letter was sent to the chairman, and we leave it to her discretion to distribute it to the other elected officials. And also, as far as the grant awards that have been paid out to districts, we do expect whoever is the the initiator of the grant to push forward the contract and ensure that the contract goes to the right procedures and processes before it gets to finance to be paid. Once we get it in finance, it already has been approved. We have a signed resolution. We have a signed contract. We have everything in order, gratuity forms, everything in order for us to make those payments. So it is not up to finance to make sure that all of the payments are paid. It's up to finance to ensure that the check is cut. Once we receive all of the accurate information to cut the check, that's when that occurs. So if there is a grant or an award that's outstanding, I recommend that you follow up with the initiator and make sure that they have followed through with all the processes to get the checks paid.
And just as a point of information, who is the initiator? From our perspective, would that be our administrator?
Audrey Tipton, it would be the person that you assign to push forward the contract, make sure the attorney that works for you. It's not finance.
I mean, if we can, chair to the chair, who's the initiator of budget amendments? Because I've experienced that in year one where there was no initiator. I didn't know that we were supposed to have someone on task, or as a commissioner, it was incumbent upon us to actually initiate the initiator. So if we could just have clarity around that, that would be helpful. And then also, she mentioned that the letter is at your discretion. If you could just state if you're going to send it to the fellow electeds.
Chairwoman Avent.
Yes. We will make sure that the letter gets out to the other elected officials. I think maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, the administration sent a list of attorneys that were assigned to each of us as commissioners. And so as a part of that process, you would need to speak with the attorney that has been assigned to you in order to make sure that all of those resolutions are moved forward. And we can resend that list.
I think that we should also just tell the attorneys, because I don't think they actually know that they're being tasked with initiating these resolutions.
County Attorney Megan Smith.
The microphone's not working.
Somebody needs to turn theirs off.
Okay. The attorneys that are assigned to you are available to field any questions that you may have. It is incumbent upon the commission's office, however, to put together that contract packet. A contract is reviewed by contracts administration and not necessarily by the attorney assigned to you. They're assigned to you for to triage other review and advise assignments. So we receive a packet from your staff, whether that's the administrator or the specialists. That packet goes through a review process in contracts administration, making sure all the bits are in there, including the resolution.
They can't hear you, Ms. Smith. Is your mic not working?
No.
Go to the mic then that's right next to you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Great.
yes.
Okay. So the attorneys assigned to you are available to triage, review and advise concerns, questions, research that you may have. The contracts packet that we're talking about is initiated in commission, whether that's by an administrator or a legislative specialist. Once that packet is together and it comes to contracts administration with the resolution, the signed agreement, and all the other forms that are required for a charitable donation or a grant, we then process it back to the department for routing to finance to cut the check. So the attorneys assigned to you are not expecting contract packets. Contracts administration, however, is. So we can work with Chief Perry and make sure that those get routed. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Commissioner Caswell, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the administration first, when we look at where we are, we know that initially the mayor had the rate at $2.73. What made you all go back on the $2.73 rate?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. We had to calculate the certified rate according to how the formula works. And we were waiting on some information in order to calculate that formula. So the initial number we came up with was $2.69. And I think once we got all of the information as far as appeals added into the formula, that's when the number changed.
So one of the things was, I know I heard my colleague to my left here, Commissioner Ford often said that we were $9 million short, we was money short. If we knew that before we went back, why did you go back if we already knew that we was going to be short to the administration through the chair?
Well, the reason why it was certified at 269 is because that's what the state certified rate was. And so we were not convinced that we were $9 million short. As you well know, the mayor presented a balanced budget on in May, and you all voted on June 23rd to the contrary, and then again on June 30th, when you cut out most of the presentation that the mayor presented for the balanced budget, which got us to this point.
Yeah, and I'll just say this to the CAO, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt you, to that point, the reason too why I supported my colleague in 10 is that I was in the meeting, I had to call it at 7 this morning with pastors and other leaders in District 6, because we know from an event we had the other day in Ridgecrest Apartment in Fraser that our precinct is the #1 violent crime precinct in the city, that the tank's gonna hit our neighborhood first, and we know that they're coming, and he already said it, they keep saying it. When those tanks hit our neighborhood first, our children, our families are the ones that's going to be impacted. It's on record, and I've been working with the colonel. You go outside of one of my family member houses, they got AKs, they in front of the house every day. And that keep me up at night, that I can't even sleep trying to get that person out of that house because of what we're hearing and seeing happening there. We got to continue, and that's just frustrating to me that this administration, again, who worked full time and supposed to have all these people in position, didn't foresee where we are right now, and now we are here. The other part to that, and just ending, if we could, because I heard my colleague talk about the district connector, again, I'm not 100%, I think the administration with that, it didn't go the way that it should have went. It went somewhere. I'm not happy with where it went to per what I wrote in the resolution, because what I'm doing now is what they should have been doing in a lot of these spaces. I want to know, though, on record, because I was told by somebody in administration that the CTAS people said that it was, the people that came the other day to talk about the opioid money said it was in line. So is it in line or not?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. First of all, Commissioner, when the mayor presented his budget to you all in May, that was a balanced budget. When this commission decided to go a different route and create $18.5 million worth of grants, that pushed the budget out of balance. From that, you all had to figure out a way to balance the budget. Therefore, you all made $12.5 million worth of cuts to the administration for services, which balanced the budget along with the $5.3 million in salary restrictions. So the administration presented a balanced budget to this body. It was this body who determined that the presentation that we presented wasn't the best route for Shelby County government. Now, as far as the district connectors and the best use of the opioid funds, I would defer that to our legal team, because they are the ones who keeps us in line with how we use those funds. We follow what the legal team tells us to do. So that's the position of the administration.
Thank you, Chief Collins. Vice Chair Bradford, before you go, can I just make this, it's a question more so. The creation of the grant department. A lot of things that we're talking about now seems like to me if the grant department was moving fast and furiously would help alleviate some of the things that we need around community touches, and just wanting to know where we are on that, because somehow I believe that's kind of been missed as a part of the conversation to help alleviate and also help support and bolster some of the things that are needed in community.
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. Commissioner, you're right. The Grants Office is moving fast and feverishly, to use your term. What we're finding is all across Shelby County, there are grants in place that we have to find, locate, identify the funding source, and whether or not these funding sources have expired, or are we using general fund dollars to supplement these grant positions. And so they are doing a tremendous work. And so we would probably have our arms fully around Shelby County's and its grant processes, I would say, by the first of the year. But let me tell you, this is a tedious task, and that team is working every single day, contacting the electeds who have people in grants, contacting people in the administration and departments who have persons working in grants to ensure that the grants are being followed first. Secondly, if there is a match to the grant. Thirdly, if there is any other funds that are to be expended as a result of the grant. So yes, we are working feverishly to get our arms around all of these things. However, the CEP grants are separate and apart from the administration. As you well know, those grants are generated from the county commission. And we only make sure that, one, the documentation, as the chief has said, the documentation is in line so that we can then issue a check for those purposes.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I am aware around the difference between the two, but I know this grant area was created, and I was hoping that maybe that would help within this conversation, as well as if there are like any type of innovative opportunities where they're looking to get additional grants to kind of help with community touches. I think that was kind of the way that we were, quite honestly, presented to us, in a way in which we thought, oh, this is an opportunity to be able to alleviate some of the community's needs. So I just putting that on record. It would be great to have an actual presentation around where they are so we can understand the actual how it's moving and where there's opportunities for closing the gap. Vice Chair Bradford.
I see my colleague in the queue. You want me to go ahead? It's on your motion. Okay. All right. I'm going to make a motion to send this, I guess, to the next committee date, which I don't think we have established yet because we haven't adopted those. I think tentatively it's scheduled for the 17th. So my motion will be to have this heard at our next committee meeting. And I will work with the administration to get the breakdown of the 17.1 million by Friday of this week so that everybody has plenty of time to look at that. And then any changes that need to be made on this based on what we've discussed today, I'll get that back in the system for our next committee meeting. So that is my motion.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Bradford. Commissioner Ford made the second. Can we accept that without objection? Well, go ahead and speak on it now, sir.
All right, on this motion, a few things. I just want to make sure we have a complete list of what's needed while we're on this. So the 17, we also need to know a few other things. Ms. Tipton stated that she was going to, she said Monday, but now since we have a new motion, she's going to get the information regarding General Sessions Court Clerk and the County Clerk on what has not been reported, so we can see what that dollar amount is. I have a few requests as well, so write this down, please. We need a copy of the Exhibit A that normally accompanies the adopted budget resolution, the same one you say you're going to turn in on Friday. And I think that the electors would definitely want that as well. So the Exhibit A that accompanies the adopted budget resolution. And any documentation, since we're past August 31st, was there any documentation given to Nashville that stated that you needed an extension? Could you supply that? Chair, I'm going to bring where we have actually brought cleanup resolutions. There was one thing that was not stated 100% right. Even if we would have passed the proposed budget as is, if you go back and look at history, especially last term, we kept having, even with a balanced budget, proposed or otherwise, that $9 million shortfall in corrections. So we do not need anybody, appointed or otherwise, stating that it was our fault that, hey, we've had balanced budgets where we had a tax number that the trustee couldn't even put in, but they said it's a balanced budget. You remember that? So just because they bring something that's balanced doesn't mean that it's good and it's right. And I can show all of that. So I do not need somebody stating that we are the one. So if I have to bring that, I mean, this is way before Ms. Tipton was the CFO. There was always that shortfall, even with a balanced proposed budget. And the last two things that I would ask for would be, did I already mention the exhibit? Yeah, I did. I would also want to, when will you have, can you give us where we are in our unassigned fund balance unaudited when you come as well? I know you said 71, but one of your deputies stated that we were still using fund balance in order to clean up things. So I just need to know where we're at on that. And I think that'll be a good start. Oh, last thing, this is very important. Unbeknownst to this add-on being on, my staff and I already started the process regarding the $500,000 for cameras, so I do not want it to appear, if you see it on the agenda the same time, it is a reaction to what we have here. I am keeping an intentional timeline for the purposes of getting that out the door. So that email was given in August to start the process. So I just wanted to be known on the record. When you see it, it has nothing to do with an add-on that nobody would have seen except yourself. So I just wanted you to that being on the record. So I don't want people making up stuff like appointed people been doing for the last hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Chairwoman Avent, I'll go to you before we make the decision. Okay. Afterwards. Okay, thanks. Vice Chair Bradford made the motion. It was seconded by Commissioner Ford. Can we accept that without objection? The motion is moving this item to next committee. So moved. Chairwoman Avent.
Thank you. And I do just want to clarify, Attorney Smith mentioned about the purpose of the attorneys that are assigned to each of us. Something that had been in place was really the template, which did not require us to have to bring back by resolution for a contract to be executed. So for commission grants, yeah, for commission grants. So I think procedurally, we need to outline with.
Can we just ask whether they included that? Because I ask them every year to include.
In the template language. In the budget. For, if you could come forward, Attorney Smith. So in the language that we are provide for commission grants, right? In previous years, the language included a template that could be utilized so that we did not have to bring back by resolution for the contract to be executed. And so I would like for us just to go back to that procedure. If you all can have a conversation after this meeting so that we don't have to go back and forth around the rigmarole of who initiates, what the purpose of our attorneys, which is to help us make sure that those contracts get executed because you're reviewing them for all of those aspects. If you all could have a conversation after today's meeting so that we can get some clarity on that.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, in terms of clarity, are you asking us to come up with a change to your policy? No.
No.
Okay, because we have language in the budget resolution that approves contracting to the extent you've identified a recipient of grant money.
Okay.
However, your $2.6 million is never identified by budget season.
No, not the CEP.
Okay, so
This is, yeah, no, so she's saying that the grant funds, if the grant funds don't have an Exhibit A, which lists an entity for the dollars to go to? Is that the,
Right, so if it's
the differing
identified
point?
in line item,
Okay.
then those do have the ability to proceed to contracting because they have in essence been approved by
Got it.
resolution.
Thank you for that clarity. And then also, just as a point for this body, I think I would like to implore each of the commissioners, as you're advocating for points about whether or not you're going to vote for an issue or questions that you may have, I would implore the folks on this body not to use language that would try to unduly influence how other commissioners should vote. So I am going to ask, I'm asking on this body, I'm making it sure that it is on the record. I'm imploring us as a body that we can have healthy dialogue. However, we should not use language that should somehow unduly ask or influence how anyone else will vote on a particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Avant. All right, this officially concludes Committee Number 1, Budget and Finance.
We will now convene Committee 10, General Government. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item. Is she here? Madam Parliamentarian, may we have the first item? That's okay.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and/or reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Okay, that item was moved. Okay, it is properly moved and second. Do we have a presentation? I'm sorry. The mover, Bradford, second by Brooks. Anyone from the attorney's office here? Okay, seeing none, we'll move that down without a recommendation. Can we do that without objection, ma'am? Okay. Can we do that without objection? Haven't been properly second.
I apologize, but the clerk asked me to make sure that when you make a motion in a second, that we'd repeat it into the record, because you can't hear someone's just, a bunch of people are saying second. So can we identify who the second was for that motion, ma'am?
Who was it? And she raised her hand. Okay, Avant. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, would you please read the board for our vote? Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Yolanda Hardaway, Dwayne Thompson, and Willie F. Brooks Jr. for appointment to the Shelby County Ethics Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you. And that item has been moved by Commissioner Brooks and second by Chair Commissioner Bradford. All right. So, we have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. I am Carl Ray Massey, Special Assistant, Shelby County Mayor's Office. Although I'm eager to present first, I would like to thank each and every one of you for your continued dedication to the people of Shelby County. Balance and oversight, public trust, service is no easy task for each of you, but this body does do it. Thank you so much for that. Today, I'm here to present the mayor's nomination of Attorney Yolanda Hardaway, Registered Willie F. Brooks Jr., and former Representative Dwayne Thompson for appointment to the Shelby County Ethics Commission. The Shelby County Ethics Commission serves as the guardian of ethical conduct in county government. Its mission is to investigate complaints, provide guidance, and ensure that elected officials and employees adhere to the highest standards of integrity. Attorney Yolanda Hardaway brings more than 30 years of distinguished legal experience as a federal civil rights attorney, administrative judge, Regional Counsel for the Tennessee Department of Children's Services and a current member of the City Service Commission. She is known for her impeccable judgment, spotless disciplinary record, and commitment to impartial governance. Registrar Willie F. Brooks Jr. has served the Shelby County with distinction as both the former county commissioner and in his current role as Registrar of Deeds. His deep institutional knowledge of human resources, history of ethical leadership, and connections to the community equipped him to provide a valuable perspective on the Commission's deliberations. Former Representative Dwayne Thompson brings a legislative voice from the Tennessee General Assembly, where he has been a consistent voice and advocate for accountability, community engagement, and responsible government policy. His insight into state-level ethics standards will help align county practices with best practices across Tennessee. These three nominees together bring experience, integrity, and diversity of perspective. At this time, I would like to allow our nominees to address the commission and answer any questions that you may have.
Okay.
First, Registrar Willie F. Brooks.
Good morning, and again, I want to thank the mayor for the nominations. I certainly look forward with the support of the county commission to endeavor this responsibility serving on the ethics commission. As is indicated, I have over 30-plus years in human resources that deals with basically all aspects of HR, which include dealing with employee relations, which is complaints. And so with that commitment, I bring to you an understanding of making sure that we adhere to the policies that you set forth, as well as the ordinances, and make sure that everyone having a fair chance of going through the process.
Thank you, Registrar Brooks. Former Representative Dwayne Thompson.
Thank you.
You got it.
Okay. Thank you, Chairwoman and Commissioners. I think I know most of you through my experience in the state legislature. And even though I'm retired now, I've not yet finished with public service, and I hope to do more to help our county and our city, and I am ready and willing to do that right now. Now, my background, of course, is 8 years as a state representative and over 30 years in human resources. And I've had similar experience as Mr. Brooks, and I've had a variety of different situations I think can be applied to this role, and my goal is to revive this commission and to have it working with the other members and with the commission, make it a more fair and equitable and an effective board. And I look forward to working with you all, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Massey, I do not see Attorney Hardaway. Do we have a report from her?
Yes, ma'am. Attorney Hardaway, Corey Massey, Special Assistant, Shelby County Mayor's Office. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Attorney Hardaway, she has to divorce referee this morning and could not make it, but she will be available on Monday to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Let me get down here. All right, we have one commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Attorney Smith if you would. You're enjoying your day in the hot seat today, so let's keep this rolling. So it's been a minute since we went through anything on what the Ethics Commission is and what its roles are and what its duties are. I have a lot of questions about what's before us and what can be done and what can't be done, but then in a larger degree, what the duties of the Ethics Commission are. What the options are available to them. Can you speak, though, to whether the Ethics Commission, do they entertain grievances against Can you just give a brief summary of what the Ethics Commission is?
Megan Smith, County.
Does.
Yes, sir. Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. The Ethics Commission is, to be absolutely clear, a component of a required law. So that's a body of ordinances that are required by state law, and the Ethics Commission is the body that enforces that code of ordinances. You have through it also a chief ethics officer who acts as an initial reviewer of any complaints received. So the parameters inside the ordinances also apply by basic employee. There are a set of guidelines and rules. There are rules and guidelines that also apply to elected officials. And the Ethics Commission acts as a body to review complaints made pursuant to those ordinances. Those complaints are received by the ethics officer and are sworn to complaints. So it's a hearing panel, for lack of a better description. It is required by law. And the body, I think, we recently amended it, obviously, but I think the body still remains a larger entity at 13, so.
Thank you for that background. I know, so I do have a lot of questions. We can talk offline, but just one of the chief, I think, concerns that I have today is with regard to my former colleague, former Commissioner Brooks, Register Brooks. He is still an elected official, and so does that present a conflict?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, no.
Do I take you to mean that the Ethics Commission would not consider a complaint or a grievance from a county employee who may be serving under the Registrar's Office?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, if there was a complaint made against any office in county government, any official or employee, the Ethics Commission would hear that. It wouldn't be sent elsewhere because of the membership.
I'll get back in the queue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Attorney Smith, it may be more helpful if you could possibly maybe give a description or maybe talk a little bit more about that body of ordinances that you referred to. It may help Commissioner White a little bit more if you could give a little bit more detail. You referenced the ordinances and the body of work that is all inside of the Ethics Commission, but nothing specific. So maybe that would help Commissioner White.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I think generally speaking, the Code of Ordinances, I think it's Article or Title 18 in the Code of Ordinances, covers things like gifts, gratuities, undue influence in furtherance of your job, whether that be by employee or elected official. It governs a code of conduct consistent with the charter over those individuals through various processes. It could be in contracting, it could be in purchasing policies generally, and then it can even be things like gifts and gratuities. It says, employees shouldn't be giving gifts to one another larger than $50, for example. So it covers a wide variety of processes and items, but for certain, it covers employees and elected officials.
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. New year, new chair, here we are. I feel like we do this every year. We
do.
We do with the Ethics Board. I would like to offer up a friendly amendment, and that friendly amendment would be that the term of the appointments will begin effective September 1st, 2026.
Okay, it's been moved and properly second that an amendment that the terms would be of the Ethics Commission would be effective September 2026. Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by? Sugarman. I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner Sugarman. Ms. Green, did you want to say something? Council Lady Green.
Thank you. Jerry Green, Deputy Chief of Staff. I want to address two things. One is your concern and your motion, Commissioner Mills. The terms are run by the date that it started, and so we can't change the terms legally. They are set and they move. It doesn't start when they come here. They start when the last person's expired and it comes forward. So we can't adjust the terms, and I'll let Attorney Smith explain that further. I also wanted to address Commissioner Wright's question about Registrar Brooks. Just as this body, when anything comes before you that is a conflict for you, legally you recuse yourself. So if an ethics complaint came that involved Registrar Brooks, he would simply recuse himself from that issue. That's why it's not a conflict. He would just recuse himself, and he would have to, legally and ethically, and I believe he would. But Attorney Smith may want to talk a little bit more about how we determine the terms in all of our resolutions. You know, as somebody who did the appointments for many years and somebody who worked on trying to get at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people on the Ethics Commission while I was doing that. At the same time, I was able to get over 90 people on all these other boards during my tenure of handling appointments. We could never get ethics in front of us, but there are certain regulations and rules around the terms, and that applies to every board.
Just to make sure we're clear, thank you, around recusals and the way you answered that question. So just to give an example, would that be similar to, let's say Commissioner White works for youth villages, so when we give youth villages money, all he has to do is recuse himself? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
That would be similar
Exactly.
to Clerk Brooks?
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
exactly how it works.
Okay, good. Does that help? Thank you.
I just wanted to remind everyone that procedurally, we have a motion to amend before us. The motion was made by Commissioner Mills, seconded by Sugarman, and I am assuming this is discussion on that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Wright, are you still in the queue? You want to?
I am still in the queue. I think
Okay.
we have a motion that's pending, however.
And
right.
I
And the
was saying Attorney Smith may want to speak more on that
okay.
motion.
Let's see. Oh, there it goes. All right. Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. These particular terms do begin in it, I think it was October 27. We would not be able to amend to defer these start date to September 1st because when the Ethics Commission was created, we created terms of office much like your own, and those carry forward in time. It's hard to track because we have not been able to have an appointment in quite some time, but we are tracking those terms, and so they would be finishing a term that exists right now, and we can pull a list of terms if that's useful, but right now, we would not be able to legally sign off on a September 1, 26 start date for these offices. I recommend against it.
Commissioner Sugarman, did you want to speak on this?
Yes, I want to speak on the amendment. And so, first I'm going to start with a question. So these individuals will begin when? If they're approved?
They begin their term starting on Monday once approved. So they
Okay.
start once you approve them,
Okay.
but they finish out a term. And so they're finishing out just like your term. So imagine if for some reason you had to leave your office. As soon as your replacement was appointed, they would start in your place, but they would only finish out your term. The way our resolutions are worded, it says they then continue in that position until either they resign or another person is appointed for them. So until we refill that, they're still sitting in that seat. And we do that so that
Okay,
there's...
thank you. And so who's sitting in these seats now?
Well, unfortunately, we have many members that have been
Exactly. And
gone.
so my thing is, again, you know, this is a very controversial issue. And we as commission several times have stated that we would like for the next administration, as well the next commission, make the decision. but you are constantly coming back, bringing people forward. And we've asked this time and time again. We have gone almost 3 years with these positions not filled. And it's just very curious now that election's coming up, that all of a sudden that people want, I know you keep looking at her, but I'm talking to you.
I'm
That-
listening.
Okay, thank you. That, it's very curious to me that election season's coming up, and all of a sudden, you want to fill these positions again. And it looks very political, contrived, and I don't appreciate this because you're putting us in a very peculiar situation. We have said time and time again with the issues between two individuals, we would like to let the next administration and Board of Commissioners to make the decision. And I stand by my second. Thank you.
Commissioner, I would just say to you, to your point, I've been trying for 3 years. There is nothing politically motivated about this because we have been trying for multiple years. Before that, Frankie Dakin tried. Before that, Danielle Inez tried. Before that, we had another person in the position that tried. This is a charter duty of the mayor to fill these positions. It has nothing to do with politics.
It has everything to do with politics, and I do not agree with you. And so we can, you can have your position and I can have mine. And I totally disagree because at one point in time, there was going to be a consensus, but you all changed so many things, particulars in the ordinance itself. And so at that point, we decided just to let the next administration and let the next Board of Commissioners, because of the situation between the administration and the Board of Commissioners. And this is extremely controversial.
Well, and you have the power to vote these appointees
Exactly.
who are very qualified, up
I'm
or
not saying
down.
nothing about their
But,
qualifications. I'm saying
but
about
at this
what it
point,
looks
we
like.
are trying to fulfill the charter duty of the mayor to fill these vacant positions because this is so important. We should have an ethical government, and the
We
public
can't
should
even get an
have.
attorney, so talking about ethical, this is ridiculous.
The-
We don't have, I've had resolutions, ordinances sitting in the county attorney's office since May. Since May, dealing with environmental zoning, which we've been talking about. And so you talk about ethical? How ethical is that when the county attorney can decide what they're going to look at and what they're not? Thank you. Our time's up.
I think I've made my point, Commissioner
Okay.
Brooks.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue on this issue? No, he's not on. Are you on the amendment? No, okay. Okay, Commissioner Evans.
Attorney Smith, with the motion that was just made to the amendment, a motion to amend the term, if that's not legally something we can do, can the motion go forward?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, I would advise you against it, as it not being legal.
Point of information, then we can just vote it down, correct? If it doesn't go forward, the amendment, if it doesn't go forward, then we go back to the original resolution or ordinance and we can vote that up and down, correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, let me try it this way. If you vote to approve it, it has no legal effect.
Point of information, that wasn't the question. I wasn't talking about the amendment. If the amendment's voted down, go back to the original, then we can always vote that down, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have been advised, I want to make sure I'm correct on this, by our legal counsel, that the amendment, the terms of the amendment, the terms stated in the amendment are illegal. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, having heard that, is it the wish, the will of the body to move forward? Because that's her opinion, her legal opinion. Okay, what we're going to do is move forward. Madam, Commissioner Mills, are you seeking to talk on this? Okay.
On the proposed amendment, I'm not sure if the appointees, I appreciate you stepping up to serve, but I don't know that what you're stepping into, if you're realizing you're being a pawn to be played between two electeds here. But that's what's going on, and that was my purpose in proposing to start these terms September 1st of 2026, when the two electeds that everybody's being pick to choose a team, basically, is what we're sitting through. I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to see, I mean, item number 1, it's been on the webpage of the Ethics Commission for years now. You'll be choosing to throw out an elected commissioner, is what we're doing today. And that's why I don't want to see it. And I know it started when you were on the commission. You were the first commissioner that allowed it to be before us. And we had to fight it then. And this is getting tiring. And I mean no disrespect to you, because I think your heart is in the good place. You're wanting to serve your community. But this is a very toxic situation. There's a reason that an employee's been able to get 90 people appointed to other boards, but not this one. There's a reason. I will withdraw. I want more information on how that is illegal. I don't see the difference in the term starting later or us voting everybody down that's being put up to be put on this board. I'm very frustrated at this point, and I will, if we see this on Monday, I'll hold my comments for then, or try to at least.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner White, back on the amendment. Okay.
Main motion. Are we on the main motion?
Right, well, we're not.
No?
What just happened now?
Wait, no, she did withdraw. She withdrew
Okay.
it, so now we're back on the main motion. But we need to, can we do that without objection? Okay. Now we're back on it.
Am I recognized?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess my take on this is a little different from what my colleague just spoke. I think it's our duty and our obligation to have an ethics board. Just yesterday, I spoke with an employee who has a grievance against an elected official. And I'd like to know where that employee can go for any relief. Maybe it's the Ethics Commission. I don't know, because we haven't had one in my time on this body. We haven't had one. So where can I direct that employee if not to an ethics board that is filled? And so I get that things can be political, but we serve in a political field. If the Ethics Commission is so dangerous that merely filling it with members means the immediate removal of someone disfavored politically, then it should go away. Like if the Ethics Commission is that powerful and so biased, then it should go away. If not, then it needs to be seated, and we need to make sure we're setting it up and filling it up adequately so that people like the employee I spoke with yesterday can receive some relief. So I see this as doing my job at some degree. I do have some concern with one of the nominees, and I appreciated serving with him, with you, Mr. Register Brooks. But I don't know. I get to what you're saying about recusing if something were to be brought against him. But if elected officials could serve on this ethics commission, why not appoint county commissioners to it? And it'd be right back to where we were, and we'd be no better off than the school board. And that's where I think this has really shown, for me, the difference. It's a stark relief between what we have or what we're supposed to have and what the school board has. School board has nothing. They are their own ethics board, which means that they can get by with damn near anything, and they have. We're supposed to be different. We're supposed to have at least some measure of body that's overlooking and that people can turn to for relief if there's a violation. So I do have an issue, again, respectfully, with one nominee here, and so With that said, I would make a motion to bifurcate these items.
It's been moved and properly seconded that we would bifurcate.
Please state who moved and seconded that for the record, please.
I'm sorry, it was moved by Commissioner Wright and second by Commissioner Ford that these items be bifurcated. So would you want A, B, and C, or A, and B, and then C?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would say A and B together and then C separately.
Before we go to the vote, what your comments brought to mind a complaint that I got from an elected official in reference to another elected official when they saw this agenda. And the complaint was around, and then some of the other comments you made, the complaint was around an elected official making posts on, what do you call it, Facebook, about another group of elected officials. So let me just lay it all out here. The post, and they were trying to figure out if we needed to go to the Ethics Commission. Of course, we don't have one, but we have an acting ethics officer. So the post was so bad, and it was so blatantly racist. And then you were talking about one group, and it spilled over because the group identified with another group. So I suggested that it be sent to the acting ethics commission, commissioner or officer. So I'm not sure if that's something that this board would act on. Attorney Smith.
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office. In general, it would be reviewed against the ethics, the code of ethics, to see if it's even, the code itself is applicable to the complaint. And if it were, it would start with the ethics officer. If there was some sort of claim, it'd be forwarded to the Ethics Commission, but that would be the first step.
Even if it involves two elected officials?
Yes.
Okay.
The first check would be to see if the ordinance applies.
All right, thank you. All right, so,
Commissioner-
Madam
so- yes, ma'am.
Parliamentarian,
So
where are we?
for the record, there has been a motion to bifurcate made by Commissioner Wright, seconded by Commissioner Ford. That has not been done without objection yet, I don't believe. But if it is, then item 2A would be a vote on, or would be an item for Register Willie Brooks. And then item 2 would be the others that were in the
B and
original
C.
item. No, it's
Two-
actually
B and
2
C.
and 2A. So when we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 would be everybody else, 2A would be Commissioner Brooks.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. The parliamentarian will state our parliamentary situation here with the bifurcation.
Okay, if the clerk is listening, and I'm saying this incorrectly, text me. However, my understanding is with the bifurcation, you have the original item 2, and then the bifurcated item 2A. And so 2 would be a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Yolander Hardaway, Dwayne Thompson for appointment to the Shelby County Ethics Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks. Item 2A would be a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Yolander Hardaway, a resolution approving the county mayor's nomination of Willie F. Brooks, Jr. for appointment to the Shelby County Ethics Commission, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
And while that's kind of hot and people are still listening, we are not related. So get that off the table. All right, Madam Chair, would you prepare the board? Commissioner? Can we do that without objection, as the parliamentarian has just stated? Okay. So moved. All right. Item 2 will be a vote on your Attorney Hardaway and Representative Thompson. Okay? All right, I'm sorry, but let's go to Commissioner Morrison.
Thank you, Chair Brooks. I wonder, in light of that there are so few of us here today, if it ought to be sent down without recommendation. I would make that motion if others agree.
4, 5, 6, 7. It's 8 people here. Yeah.
I guess someone can pull it then. Then that's fine, we can go on and vote. It doesn't need 7, it just needs a majority, correct? I'll pull it if I'll withdraw my motion then.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. Commissioner Ford.
So can the parliamentarian through the chair reiterate where we're at? Which vote are we on?
On 2, which would be the resolution approving the county mayor's nomination to the Shelby County Ethics Commission for Yolanda Hardaway and Dwayne Thompson.
And then subsequently, we'll be voting on the other person. Correct. All right, I'll just simply say this. Commissioner Wright, you were absolutely correct to ask what you needed to ask. I don't know which commissioner on Facebook was being referenced, but a reasonable person can say simply, well, if you exercise your First Amendment right on Facebook and I don't like what you're saying, I may need to use the Ethics Commission to weaponize against you. You know, there was on January the 20th, you had an executive order that stated that government should not be permitted to weaponize against others. But unless you're a Democrat that they don't like, then maybe the rules get thrown out the window. But I'm not going to be voting for any of these because it was just stated on record what will transpire just for you to exercise your First Amendment. I'm not saying it's necessarily you, but I looked at your smirk on your face, so I can make that inference. I think you got enough information. I know what you want to do, but I know what they want to do also. And I would say this, I would say to the county attorney's office, tread softly. I would ask you all on record on this Wednesday to tread softly and to stand down on what your boss wants to do politically. I'm not going to say anything else until Monday, but I needed to say that because you just got your point proven. That's all I have to say on that. I yield.
Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I'm going to vote no, and it is nothing personal. This is not having an ethical government. This is weaponizing government because of the situation we have seen almost the whole time we've been sitting here. And I've got plenty of examples. I'll run out of time. But I just wanted to say it is nothing personal with my no votes. It is I don't like what I'm seeing happen here in the last year. To my other colleague's point, right before 2026, spring and summer. So nothing personal against you, but I will be voting no today. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Wright, I think you've had 3 turns, right? Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to Commissioner Mills, my no vote is by no means reflective of my respect and regard for all of the appointees that you brought today. Some questions have been asked in previous committees about the disposal of other ethics complaints, and I have not received sufficient response about how that process was amended and seemingly favoring the mayor. And that's just concerning to me about the driving force or any type of political influences on this whole process. So I would like to see a clean slate, understanding that there are deep rifts between members of this body and the executive branch, and I don't think that those are going to be repaired to be able to allow me to view this whole process to be blind. So again, it has nothing to do against each of the appointees that you've brought, and I'm hoping that we can just get past this moment And it's very unfortunate that we aren't able to have this body in position and that it's been tainted. So, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really not concerned about what corrupt people have to say or their friends. However, if there's innuendo and accusations, they need somewhere to go. And so that's why I'm willing to seat some people to take care of issues like that. Certainly not concerned about what corrupt people have to say. Those people need to not be in office.
I agree.
And I'm glad.
Corrupt people.
I do have a question for the county attorney's office. Can you, between now and Monday or whenever is convenient, give us a list of all the documents related to the Ethics Commission and what remedies are available to them? The reason why I ask is not only so that we are aware of what their powers are, but also I think, again, in trying to help people who come to us with concerns, is there perhaps room for us to add options to the Ethics Commission?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, we can absolutely do that, yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Sugarman.
Thank you. And so also, I would like to ask the attorney, if there's an issue, for example, an employee has an issue dealing with ethics, they can go to the ethics officer, is that correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so if I have an issue as an elected official, I can also go to the ethics officer, is that correct?
Megan Smith, County Attorney's Office, yes.
Okay, thank you. And so Representative Dwayne Thompson, we had a conversation, and I explained that this has been an issue, an ugly issue going on for years, and you've been very supportive of me, and I've been very supportive of you. And this is not anything against you personally. Brooks, nothing against you personally. And Yolanda Hardaway and I, our families go back. We're childhood friends, and I hope that she understands as well. I just cannot support it. I mean, I have been a no vote for the past 3 years because of the issues going on with the administration, the county commission. Currently, we do not have an attorney. I have 3 zoning ordinances, environmental zoning ordinances, which I have tried to get through. And it's like, it's like a nightmare at this commission. It's just been a nightmare, and it's nothing personal. If it does fail, okay, don't give up, because there's a whole new board coming on board and a whole new administration. I think that there's opportunity there, but right now is not the time or place, and I'm going to be a no vote as well. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright, I'm going to answer one of your questions because you got a concern, and I'm going to address the concern, and then may make your vote on this item and the next item, well, definitely the next item, a little bit easier. Remember the Blue Ribbon Committee that was supposed to be put together? Well, the 3 people that wanted to put it together were Commissioners Mills, Jones, and Billingsley. A very respected attorney put that resolution together and looked at the charter, and everything was fine. The county mayor vetoes that, has the audacity to bring this commissioner up by name and called me names, and I had to put the brakes on that and basically threatened to sue. He came to you and Commissioner Morrison and stated, and this happened, this is on record, that what Commissioner Mills, Billingsley, and Jones put together was illegal. But a fully respected attorney that we've seen before put it together. But why did they say it was illegal? Because they wanted what they wanted. Then they decided they wanted you and Commissioner Morrison and one other commissioner who's former now to come up with their own version. Remember that? Well, I will be glad to bring that on Monday because your name is on it, Commissioner Morrison's name is on it, and one other individual. And the rules changed, and that's when the farce began. I will remind you exactly what transpired. The original passed without any issue. It got vetoed. These same county attorneys said you can't do it because they wanted you to do what they wanted you to do because they work for one person. You all came in and decided we're going to go with whatever they say. And that's exactly what you did, as well as one other individual. And to Commissioner Mills, your point, when they were told exactly what they were told they were going to do, and I have the documents for that, that's when people stopped coming. They said they didn't want any parts of it. So don't believe the county attorney when they say we can't seat people. That's why we got to have less people on the board. No. Competent people said, I'm not going to be part of this foolishness. That's what happened. I have the documents on that, and I will basically be talking about some other stuff when we get to that particular person. That's what transpired. I'll be glad to get you that information. And since Commissioner Morrison, since I brought you up by name, I'll make sure you get a copy of it as well. Thank you. And I'll be voting no.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, I will take this opportunity to thank you all for stepping up to the plate, being willing to serve Shelby County. And I understand, no, I'm going to take that back. I have a more deeply concerning ethics issue, and I think it's appropriate to do that, to bring it out now since we're talking about this. And it may be something to help you in your decision-making. What deeply concerns me ethically about this commission or the city council or any other elected body is to have elected officials sitting on the body, being paid by the body, and at the same time working or being employed by an entity that receives funding from that entity. So that's deeply concerning to me. I brought it up legally, and it has not been addressed. So, I think that's something that could be worked out on the Ethics Commission as well. All right, so seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Madam Clerk, would you prepare the board, please, ma'am?
What are we voting on?
The main motion?
Madam Chair,
The main motion, I'm sorry.
can I speak?
Clerk Brooks, you recognize.
I just want to be placed on record. I have not been in any conversation between the administration concerning the commission. Zero. I want that to be reflected in the record. There has not been a conversation with the mayor or any of the administration concerning anything interrelated to this body. I want to be clear on that. And I think Commissioner Wright, when I served on the commission, I was honest. I did with integrity. When you came to me and asked me to serve on any committee, I did it without any reservation. So I want to reflect that. There's nothing here that would engage me to be involved in anything, and I would not entertain that. I'm a very objective person in how I view issues, so I want that to be reflected in the record. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So our main motion will be our two bifurcated item, which would be Hardaway, number 2, Hardaway and Thompson. Were you trying to say something, Representative?
Well, I wasn't, but I might.
Okay, you have the floor.
Okay, I think there might be, and again, I've not been involved necessarily in all the inner workings and in feuds or non-feuds with within county government, so I'm sort of out of all that. I have had incidents where in state government where we were Well, one in particular, of course, everybody remembers the Tennessee Three, and also another one where I was on a commission to recommend a judge be thrown out of office, essentially. And I had the minority view on the Tennessee Three is that they violated the rules. They should have had some consequences from it, but by no means, I mean, it's extremely serious and it should be extremely rare when we take go against the will of the people, of the elected body, and to exclude somebody from public office saying, voters, you made a mistake, we're going to throw them out, and we'll correct your mistake for you. That's wrong. And that's just a mindset I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that I would have in this role, whether it be now or whether it be in the future or whenever, and I'll continue that mindset on. So I just wanted to make sure people knew that.
Well, thank you very much. Sounds like you believe in the democratic process. All right, seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Voting on item number 2, Attorney Hardaway and former State Representative Thompson. Madam Clerk? Every member cast your vote. Every member voted. Madam Clerk? May we have a tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright, Morrison, Brooks, Chairwoman Avon. We have no votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Thornton. We have 4 ayes, 4 noes.
All right. So that item will go down with, and what is it? Unfavorable. It failed. Okay. Unfavorable recommendation. All right, we're ready for item 2A. 2A, which would be our vote on Clerk Brooks. What did I say? I'm sorry, Register. Excuse me, Register Brooks. Okay, Commissioner Ford.
I'll be very quick. I do have documentation that the aforementioned does have conflicts. Maybe he would take these 5 days to consider and possibly withdraw his nomination. If not, I will speak and act accordingly. Thank you.
All right. Clerk, did you want to say something?
I'm not familiar with what Commissioner Ford is referencing, so
Register.
I have no response.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize. I don't know why I want to make you a clerk, Register Brooks. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. Madam Clerk. This is for the bifurcated item. It will be for Register Brooks only. Every member voted? Madam Clerk, may we have our tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Morrison, Brooks, Chairwoman Ava. We have no votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Thornton, and we have an abstain from Commissioner Wright. We got 3 ayes, 4 noes, and 1 abstain.
Okay, this item will go down with the, fail, it will go down with an unfavorable recommendation. I see the mayor's here. Mayor Harris, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I was just here to answer any questions. I've obviously heard a good portion of the debate, and I don't know where a lot of the comments were coming from, but I was just going to try as best I could to steer us into a direction where we could actually have an ethics commission that was functional. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, maybe you can take that opportunity to do that on Monday. Okay. All right, well, this item did fail, and we will send it down with an unfavorable recommendation. We will now move to item number 3.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you all.
Item 3 is a resolution approving the chairwoman's 2025 through 2026 meeting schedule for the Shelby County Board of Commissioners, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant. Before it is moved before us, I just wanted to note for the chair, the committee chair, that there are some typos that the minutes clerk pointed out that are in Exhibit A, and we would, at the appropriate time, make the motions to amend to correct those typos.
Okay, let me come out of here. Okay, I need to get back to my board. It was moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Thornton. All right. Madam Parliamentarian, I need to get back to, in order to find those, or did you want to make those corrections? I can point them out. Okay, because I'm not on the screen. Okay.
Okay, our brilliant minutes clerk pointed out to me that in the Exhibit A, under the heading, it says Monday committee meetings begin at 8:30, but we need to correct that to Wednesday committee meetings. So just the word Monday, change that to Wednesday. That would be the first. Can you entertain?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And
yeah.
then there's only one other. Under 2026, it says Monday, January 21st, 8:30 a.m. committee, but that would be a Wednesday, I believe, Wednesday, January 21st. So we would change that Monday to Wednesday.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Since we have both of those, we'll just take both of those together. It's been moved by Commissioner Mills, right? And second by Commissioner Thornton. Seeing no did you want to speak? Okay. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote.
Okay, you can do that without objection.
Oh, can we do that without objection? So moved.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 3 concludes. I'm sorry. Okay, excuse me, I'm just rushing. The clerk has prepared the board for the vote. Please cast your vote. On the amended resolution. Every member voted? Madam Clerk?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, Chairwoman Avon. We have 8 aye votes.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. And that, item number 3, concludes general. We got to add on? Is it 3? Oh. All right, Madam Parliamentarian, please read the add-on.
Yes, ma'am. Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution to approve an amendment to the contract with Granicus LLC, Granicus to add Votecast web setup and configuration, online training and subscription, Votecast Web, in order to upgrade the Commission's voting and media software system in an additional amount not to exceed $23,498. This item requires a transfer from the FY 2026 Commission's contingency budget to its FY 2026 Legislative Operations General Fund budget in an amount not to exceed $23,498 for a total contract amount of $85,063.57, sponsored by Chairwoman Shantae K. Avant.
All right, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, and...
May I speak to it, ma'am? She had asked me to speak to it.
You want me to?
Yes, I'll
do the second? Okay, second by Chair Lady Avant. Now you can speak to it, please, ma'am.
Thank you. I apologize for interrupting. I just wanted to mention that this amendment is, in essence, it's an upgrade. Our system is old, as everyone knows. We are constantly interrupted because it's glitching. And so we worked with IT to test out the product that will bring it up to date, so that which will remediate the glitching. And so that's all.
All right, well, thank you so much. Seeing no members in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the vote. Every member voted. May we have the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Sugarman, Mills, Bradford, Thornton, Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. With that, we conclude Committee 10, General Government, and we will now move into Committee 11, Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Madam Parliamentarian, please read the first item.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 5 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $20,780 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute reclaimed deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, that item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. And we have a presenter, Ms. Sykes-Wood.
Thank you, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. This resolution has a total sales of $20,780. The delinquent taxes were $32,018. This is a negative collection of $11,238. There's one out-of-town buyer purchasing one property.
Okay. Commissioner, thank you, Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Administrator, so it's been recently brought to my attention, one of the purchasers that I've seen just from previous allocations has bought in bulk on multiple resolutions that we've approved. They are a known bad actor, so they are buying in bulk but not maintaining properties. And one particular owner has just come across my radar. So what penalties have we considered to be able to assess, perhaps if someone has been a purchaser of land bank property and they, on the other side of those purchases, are now getting fined by the city for overgrown grass or any other type of fines associated, is there anything that we can do or have done in the past or even have contemplated?
Certainly.
If you don't
There
mind.
okay, there it is, sorry.
Can you also turn off that mic beside you? Thank you.
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. So currently, for purchases, we do not evaluate their code compliance. That could be something that we could add to our requirements of any purchaser, that they currently be in compliance. But that would, of course, be only on reports given to us, and would be the reason we haven't done it with that, but we do it with the nonprofits or the donations, is because that's a smaller amount and it's easier to track. Here we have hundreds and we don't have the personnel to track it, so it would be simply reports on purchasers who are not in compliance with their properties.
Would the concern there be that the reports that we will receive, they might be dated, or what would the challenge there be?
Well, Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator, we couldn't do it effectively for all in government. Basically, we want to implement the same law against everyone. So when you come up to individuals reporting properties versus the department actually monitoring the entire situation, you're going to get a selective result of individuals that might not be in compliance versus a complete picture of the individuals not in compliance.
And I don't see legal here, but perhaps could it be a process of just the land bank creating a report feature on the site where constituents could opt into reporting a bad actor, and then that list could be vetted before someone could be approved for a transaction?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. Yes, we could definitely look into that. And with our current software, we've been looking into the ability for people to use the eProperty software that we currently have to give feedback, but we're working with the software on that. But that would be one instance where people could just go in and report it, because we do want feedback on properties we've sold. And we've also made available to the public all the properties we've sold. So you can get on our website and see everything we've ever sold. That's in our database. I think that goes back to 2013.
And is that an easily search? Oh, okay, let me go back in queue. Hold on one second. Thank you, Chair. Is that something that is easy to search, or is it combing through files?
It's not files, it's map-based. So just like you would look for properties for sale, you would sort it by the for sale status. These you would sort by sold status. But also they are represented by gray dots on the map instead of green for available and whatnot.
Okay, and is this information you could get back by Monday on whether or not the feature to report could be added to your platform?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. No, honestly, I've been asking the software company for a while, and we've been talking about it. So, and of course, if we did do that feature, it would cost money. So I have not requested the quote for them to do so, simply because we don't have the funds. But I can request for a quote. I just don't know that I would have it by Monday.
Okay, if you could request for the quote and just send whatever that cost is to the entire body once you receive it. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll tell you what got my attention is the known bad actor. So when you say known bad actor, so that must be, you must have had a series or have a pattern or a number of violations. Do we have a definition for a known land bank bad actor?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. Currently, the only thing we track are individuals that do not close. So if it comes to this body, y'all approve it, and then it comes time for them to pay their money and they don't close, we put them on a list for 1 year, and they are not allowed to purchase properties. That is the only thing we're tracking as far as any sort of bad actors. We don't have reports of bad actors as far as code compliance and maintenance and things like that.
Well, you know, we probably need to talk about that because we have so many overgrown lots And some of those lots may be in the hands of individuals who have purchased properties. But if we're not monitoring that, we have no idea. So, and I'm sure that would be a known bad actor. So we probably need to put that little phrasing on a sheet of paper and define it and start monitoring for that.
And to that point, and I was, let me correct something I might have said there a minute ago, Commissioner Thornton. We have in our offer to purchase where the individuals certify that, yes, they are an individual, they that don't have an issue with ethic issues, like they're not a county employee. They also have to certify that they're legally can conduct business in Tennessee. They also certify that they don't have any delinquent taxes, which we do research or try to research. And we do ask that they certify that they are in compliance with all code on all their properties. So we have, again, it's kind of like we built out on the other one. We have it in the contract. We simply don't have the personnel to go out and reach. So I'm going to amend my previous statement. Yes, if you know of a bad actor that is receiving properties, please report it to us. We will go back and look at their contracts. If that contract is stated, if we find out that, yes, indeed, they did not state the complete truth on the contract, then we will get with legal on that.
Okay, so were you done? All right. Go ahead. You recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Just to follow up to that, so they signed a contract saying that they will be up to date on their taxes and that there will be no outstanding code enforcement violations.
Once, Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, one small correction. When they sign the contract, they are certifying that they are currently not in violation. Nothing holds them to future. So this is in the offer to purchase. It literally says purchaser or any legal entity in which purchaser is directly affiliated or has properties owned in Shelby County that are currently in violation of the county or municipal building or zoning code provisions. So they sign off stating that they are not in violation when they make the offer to purchase.
And you're saying that your office doesn't really vet this fully? So there could be people who sign off on contracts but aren't actually in compliance with this particular clause?
Correct. That would require more personnel.
Is there anyone here from legal? Because I would be curious to know, after the deed has been transferred, is there any legal recourse to be able to claw back, to be able to do anything at that point? So this particular entity that I'm talking about has purchased a large amount of Shelby County Land Bank properties. And if I can go back and show in 2023 that they still have outstanding fines that are associated with properties that they purchased, clearly in violation of the contract that they signed, what legal recourse could happen? The same way that we bar people a year if they actually don't process their payment, I do think that there should be some type of penalty, like a year from being able to purchase for a certain level of offense. I'm just a little disappointed to see that the one particular lot that has triggered this conversation was deeded over in May from Shelby County Land Bank, and here it is in September, and this particular entity has not cut the grass at all. And so we're talking grass as tall as corn that is distressing constituents in a blighted community.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator. So I would make a request that you just email that information over to me, and I would look into it and see what I can get done.
Well, I'm not looking to just focus on one. I'm looking to do some legislative action here. I don't know if you sat down, are you legally going to respond to that, or we've referenced legal?
Lisa, Overall County Attorney's Office. Could you repeat what the question was?
So we're trying to figure out what legal recourse we have when someone signs off on a contract agreeing to the fact that they are in compliance and it turns out that they are not.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think we would have to take that question and maybe have one of our contract specialists take a look at that and get back to the body.
Okay, if you could, Administrator, follow up with the contract specialist. I don't know who that is. Can you name for the record who
Well,
that?
we do have a contracts administration department, and so we would have to take a look at that legally.
Who
And I'm not sure
leads
which.
that department?
So Felisa Cox
Okay.
is the contracts administrator. I'm not sure which attorney would actually be.
Okay, if you could just give that to Attorney Cox, and send it again to the entire body as a response, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Ms. Overall, I'm not sure if you'll have to take this back to your office or not, but I believe in 2013, we passed a resolution, it may have been an ordinance, to prohibit, and I think Ms. Atwater may remember this, prohibit individuals who were behind in their taxes, any county fees or particularly county taxes, from buying any or bidding on any county properties. And we did that because there was an identified bad actor. The individual was just building sham houses. I can't think of his name right now. What was it? Yeah, Harold Bueller. Okay. So you might want to check 2013 ordinance and resolutions for that prohibition, because if it's already on the books, all we need to do is apply it.
Esther Sykes-Boyd, Land Bank Administrator. That is one of the things we check. We do try to check to see if they are delinquent in taxes. However, there's not a very thorough way for us to do that. We look at the company name, or if it's an individual, we look at the individual's names, but there's no unique identifiers. So if their name is John Doe, there might be very many John Does, so we can't verify whether or not he is delinquent in taxes other than a property he currently resides on. So if it's an investor with multiple properties, and that investor has a name that is similar to someone else, that's where we get into an issue with checking back taxes.
Well, I guess we just have to have someone dedicated to that. I mean, and even though it would take a while, it'll take a little research, but I think it's worth the effort.
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, we do the research.
But I mean, full-time, just have someone dedicated to monitoring all of those things you need to monitor for, not just individuals, but organizations as well, to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do under contract. And since we said that, you said one thing there, okay, you were singing so fast. Okay, you said up to date on taxes, they are not a county employee. Did you say that?
Correct. That is another certification they have to make on here.
So you're saying county employees can't own land bank properties?
They cannot purchase land bank properties, correct.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. I guess we need to all maybe get a refresher course, and maybe you need to get us some little sheets of paper so we can know do's and don'ts. Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote on item 1. Every member voted. Cast your vote. Madam Clerk, we have a tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright, Thornton, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
All right, that item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution finding that 19 properties scheduled for tax sale number 2201, commencing October 21, 2025, pose an environmental risk and/or have financial liabilities so as to allow the County Commission, pursuant to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-2501A2, to advise the clerk of the Chancery Court to not bid on such properties on behalf of Shelby County government. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
All right, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. It's been moved by Commissioner Brooks and second by Commissioner Thornton. All right, we have a presenter. Will you state your name for the record?
Yes, so Chad Dugard, I'm the Environmental Regulatory Manager for the Shelby County Land Bank. As stated, this was 19 properties that we found on the 2201 preliminary list of approximately 1,200 properties, parcels that we found to pose some sort of environmental risk or financial liability.
And you just want to say a little bit more about that for those members who may not be familiar with what you're doing?
Correct. This is our no bid resolution, and so these are delinquent tax properties that are going to tax sale. If no one bids on these properties, the county default bids on these, and so when we find financial risk or environmental risk, we take this resolution to not bid on these properties.
Okay. And how many of those did you have in District 7?
I see 7 on here. That information's on Exhibit A.
Okay. And out of the total number is what?
19.
Okay, 19. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Well, let's see. Are there any other members? Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Chair. You said your title is Environmental Regulatory Manager. How long has that been a position within the land bank?
Chad Dugard, Environmental Regulatory Manager with the Shelby County Land Bank. I was hired last February, and I believe I'm the first person to hold this position. So February 2024.
So if the administrator could come down, I think it's just interesting to see a new position added. To be able to do so, we've talked about the need to hire a position when the land bank ordinance was being discussed, and there was a lot of pushback around the capacity within the budget to do so. So in order for us to hire this position last February, did you take away a position, or where did the capacity to hire for this environmental regulatory manager come from, particularly in lieu of us being incapable in other regards?
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. When Mr. Dugard was hired, I was not in charge of the land bank. That was when I was gone from the land bank. I was gone for 10 months. I can say that I do believe that position was created probably about 18 months prior to him actually getting hired, because I do recall having discussions for the need for an environmental regulatory manager. As far as where that position came from, I would have to get with Director Norville on that one.
So just if you could, just let us, give us some historical data for the, I guess, the staffing of this particular office since the beginning of this term. So in 2022, what has the total staff complement been? And if you could just list out the positions and how those have changed over time. I would just be curious. The land bank ordinance is going to come back before the body, and it just fascinates me that we've created a new position when in the past we've mentioned that we didn't have the capacity to do so. Thank you.
Esther Sykeswood, Land Bank Administrator. I will leave the disbursement of HR data to HR.
So just for clarity, you're saying that HR would be able to supply all of the historical positions within its office?
That would be a question for HR.
But you being the administrator of this office cannot?
I am administrator. I do not give out sensitive information as far as human resources go. I will leave that to human resources.
So how sensitive is it to name what positions you have?
You can get the org chart that's going to be available in our annual report when I present it next committee.
Okay, so again, my question is to get the position, the staff complement for, since 2022, from you as the administrator, and you're saying that you're not going to do that?
I will provide the organizational chart that is already in the budget.
Commissioner Thornton, if you like, I can request it from HR and get it for you.
I would love, I mean, I'm also just curious, you know, in this particular office, there's been a lot of privilege extended to the administrator to show up, not show up, provide information, not show information. So I don't understand what type of protections are excusing her. We can talk to finance
But
to
do you want to
request.
get your information? I'll
Well,
get it
I
for
want
you.
there to be consistency in how we can ask the administration for information. So I would like to know the nuance here of why this particular office is not responsive. Like, what is the reason?
Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, I simply stated that I'm not going to hand out HR data. That is for the HR department. I don't know what they consider sensitive or what they do not consider sensitive. Now, as I do have a background in law, I am more aware of some of these caveats that might be troublesome when it comes to sensitive information. That is why I'm leaving this up to the HR department. I will provide the publicly requested information, the publicly available information. That is our organizational chart. The organizational chart is a part of the budget. The organizational chart states all of the positions that were in the land bank for each budget year.
Okay. Commissioner Thornton, are you done?
No, ma'am,
Okay.
thank you. Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. So, the whole concept of this being sensitive information was per your mention. Just to be clear, I'm just asking for titles and how titles have changed over time. I'm not asking for people's names. I'm not asking for people's employee IDs. I'm just wanting to see how many environmental regulatory managers we have and that it's a job that appeared within fiscal year such. Since fiscal year 2022. So understanding that this is not sensitive information, that it is just public information, I would like to request from the administrator that we get information since fiscal year 2022.
Correct. Esther Sykes-Wood, Land Bank Administrator, and I have stated I will provide that information with the organizational charts. The
And just for
organizational
clarity,
charts are
will
what you
that
are
be
requesting.
information as far back as fiscal year 2022?
Yes, yes.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so seeing no other members in the queue, we will now move to the vote. All right, Madam Clerk, if you will prepare the vote. The screen for the vote. Every member voted. Cast your vote, please. And Madam Clerk, would you give us the tally?
We have aye votes from Commissioner Wright, Thornton, Brooks. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you all so much. And this concludes Core City Neighborhoods and Housing, and it concludes our committee agenda for today.